In the quiet embrace of twilight, where myths and reality entwine with the mist, ancient waters ripple with secrets untold. Whispered through the haze of centuries and across distant shores, tales of the Loch Ness Monster are but one shimmering thread in a vast tapestry of water-bound mysteries. Beneath the surface of tranquil lakes and flowing rivers, elusive giants stir, guardians of the deep, whispered in song and story from Scotland to Patagonia, from New Zealand to the Congo's heart. Join me in this gentle exploration of their world, one of dreams and whispers, where the lines between legend and truth are as fluid as the waters themselves. Embark with me, dear listener, upon a timeless journey into the ethereal mists of Scotland's storied highlands, where legends breathe in the quiet echoes between lochs and glens. Among these hallowed waterways lies Loch Ness, a stretch of water steeped in mystery, its mirrored surface concealing tales that have captivated imaginations for centuries. Here, beneath the shroud of mist and the eternal veil of myth, we encounter the enigma known as Nessie, Scotland's unseen giant, whose whispered presence has woven itself into the very fabric of this land's folklore. The waters of Loch Ness, an enigmatic expanse winding like a contemplative river through the Highlands' heart, cradle stories sculpted by time and weathered by whispers of the wind. Its depth offers more than mere picturesque beauty, acting as the chilling home to an elusive legend. These obsidian waters, dense with peat from the surrounding hills, provide a twilight refuge for a presence spoken of in hushed tones, each ripple suggesting life lurking just beyond the reach of understanding. Within this serene setting, a symphony of mysticism resonates, an almost palpable hum born from the dance of myth and reality. Such whispers seem to rise from the depths themselves, perhaps borne aloft by the echo of a splash in the tranquil dawn or the gentle lapping against its rocky shores. To stand upon its banks is to find oneself allied with a history where fiction and fact blur like the mists that cling to the land. This intangible quality, the aura of something ancient and profound, captures the human imagination, turning Loch Ness into a living enigma, both serene and mysterious, picturesque, yet endlessly intriguing. We are drawn further, delving into the birth of this age-old legend. Our exploration takes us back to the year 565 AD, to an era when stories bound communities, growing like roots in the fertile imagination of ancient peoples. Among these stories stands the tale of Saint Columba, whose encounter with a creature in the river Ness is recorded in tones both reverent and mystical. According to the saint's biographer, Adomnan, Saint Columba's command stilled a savage water beast threatening a man, forever entwining the lake's waters with the celestial and the enigmatic. From these ancient origins emerged depictions varying in form, from serpent to dragon to something unclassifiable, yet always retaining an essence steeped in mystery. Such tales, evolving through oral traditions, became like gemstones in Scottish myth, refracting vibrant reflections through time as bards and lore keepers have woven them into our shared narrative. Each subsequent century layered new sightings and encounters upon this bedrock, an ever-growing tapestry of wonder. A significant piece of this tapestry emerged in 1934 when a photograph surfaced, capturing the imagination of the world. Dubbed the surgeon's photograph, it alleged to show the creature's serpentine form breaking the loch's surface, a silhouette that ignited global curiosity. Despite ongoing debates regarding its authenticity, The image embedded itself deeply within public consciousness, a beacon calling enthusiasts, skeptics, and scholars to its mysterious depths. This single photograph transcended the simplicity of authenticity disputes, breathing life into whispers of the unseen. It was not merely a trick of shadow on water, but an assertion that perhaps where there was smoke, there might indeed be fire, or at least a creature of untraceable lineage stirring the waters. The photograph solidified Nessie's place in the collective myth-making processes of our modern world, urging an examination of the tangible links between perceived reality and the mysterious beyond. The emergence of sonar technology in the mid-20th century heralded a new chapter of exploration beneath Loch Ness's inscrutable surface. With calm dissection, sound beams probed the water's hidden realms, translating echoes into fleeting glimpses of its secrets. Expeditions manned by cryptid zealots and curious scientists cast their nets wide, yet the results were all too tantalizingly equivocal. Inexplicable underwater movements, unclassified blips, and shadows too vast to identify. While definitive conclusions remained elusive, the interplay of sonar technology and the Nessie myth suggested that the creature was more than just a relic of folklore. She was a spectral presence, traversing both mythic and modern domains, beckoning from the liminal spaces that defy our fullest understanding. Each anomalous reading served as a bridge between epochs, affirming that in this hyper-technological age, realms exist where nature eludes our grasp, suggesting that myths wield power not only over belief, but also over the shadows shifting beneath these storied waters. To understand the depths of Nessie's legend, one must lend an ear to the voices of those whose lives are entwined most intimately with the loch. The Highland residents to whom Nessie is more than a curiosity, but a profound aspect of their cultural identity. Here, Nessie transcends global fascination, becoming an emblem of local heritage and an ambassador of the loch's irreplaceable wonders. Conversations reveal a tapestry of belief, ranging from staunch skepticism tempered by tradition to devout reverence for Nessie as a guardian of shared patrimony. Within these reflections, Nessie extends beyond speculative creature to inhabit the psychological landscape reserved for cultural myths. She is called upon in fireside tales, during Highland games where bygone mysteries are retold, and in the romantic ambles along the loch's shores. Engaging with the locals uncovers how legendary creatures exist not merely in outsider tales, but resonate within the very essence of those who quietly cohabit with these ancient specters. The pursuit of Nessie remains a quest oscillating between skepticism and belief, blending the rigorous methods of science with the rich potentialities of myth. Over decades, diverse experts have flocked to the loch, from marine biologists wielding sonar equipment to environmentalists exploring its subtle ecosystem changes. DNA surveys present tantalizing ecological mosaics, but yield no definitive answers about a creature of fantastic proportions. Despite the absence of conclusive proof, it is this very vacuum that fuels exploration, inclining researchers towards uncharted territories of curious phenomena. Such ventures venture beyond finding the creature in the flesh, towards understanding the loch's broader mysteries, accepting the enchantingly intricate interplay of science and wonder. This acceptance inspires continual exploration, suggesting that the answers may not lie in uncovering Nessie, but in appreciating the multifaceted role she occupies within our shared natural and human lexicon. What, then, prompts our enchantment with monsters like Nessie? Perhaps it is an allure embedded deep within our psyches, a blend of terror and thrill, wonder and disbelief. Loch Ness becomes more than the sum of its depths. It is a threshold into the human condition, an entry into the part of us that longs for mystery in a world constantly illuminated. Monsters inhabit the liminal spaces of imagination, conduits for shrouding the mundane with the color of myth. At the core of the Nessie myth is our fascination with the unknown, our instinctual drive to seek explanations for phenomena defying them. As monsters reflect cultural anxieties, this beast takes on multifaceted roles, morphing with each perspective and generation. From psychology's take on our need for monsters to philosophies dwelling on their significance, we confront not the creatures, but hidden corridors of our minds. Through monsters, we confront these reflections, finding a mystery reigning eternal within our collective consciousness. Monsters, especially those as enigmatic as Nessie, derive profound power through symbolism, transcending stories to timeless archetypes. For Scotland's people and global stragglers, Nessie remains more than an oddity. In deeper contemplation, she reveals herself as an archetype, a shape-shifting mirror into the subconscious chaos beneath human order. Cultural interpretations render such monsters as intersections of subconscious fear and wonder, carrying burdens of existential understanding half-perceived yet incompletely grasped. Gaze into Loch Ness's darkness and perceive allegory within aquatic depths, a symbol of enduring mystery, transformation, and the duality woven within cryptic narratives. Nessie evolves into more than an aquatic enigma, becoming a leviathan of truth amid perception's sea, reassuring us that unquantifiable marvels await those willing to probe their depths. Finally, Nessie stands testament to the dynamism of folklore and mythology, a link across the eons intricately entwined within Scotland's consciousness. Folk songs and legends preserve her in time's infinite loom, reflecting not only her presence, but the stories rooted in our ancestry. Echoing across waters are tales merging divine, nature, and wonder. Narratives once imparting wisdom, offering spiritual truths, acknowledging humanity's cosmic role. Across generations, narratives endure and thrive, adapting to contemporary contexts while retaining essential symbols of our shared journey with the unseen. Nessie's myth bridges eras, embodying folklore's resilience across ages while standing as a vibrant exchange intertwining ancient and modern views. Her myth is sustained by heartfelt tales, affirming that beyond Loch Ness's sheen, mythology steadfastly pulsates through the currents of time. In the heart of British Columbia, where the landscape unfolds into a tapestry of mountains and deep waters, lies Lake Okanagan, a place steeped in mystery and the whispers of ancient tales. Here dwells the legend of Ogopogo, a creature embraced and preserved through the centuries by the oral traditions of the Indigenous Silks people. Known to them as Naha-a-itk, this mysterious being was more than mere myth. It was a water spirit, a guardian whose presence required reverence and offerings. In its shadowy depths, elders would whisper of a serpent demanding respect to assure safe passage across the lake, weaving a spiritual tapestry that tied the visible with the unseen. Surrounded by the misty hills, Lake Okanagan captures the imaginations of both the local community and visitors from afar. Modern sightings, etched into the narratives of cryptid enthusiasts, continue to blossom in this timeless bedrock of folklore. From the spiritual whisperings of ancient times to the bright flashes of cameras capturing elusive shapes, Ogopogo bridges a realm where ancient tradition and contemporary human curiosity intertwine, blurring lines between superstition and undiscovered phenomena that tread the borders of natural law. The Shield people's harmony with Naha-a-itk offers a window into a world where myth serves as a vessel for cultural wisdom. The rich lore from times past did not portray the creature merely as a serpent, but as a being imbued with the essence of the lake itself, a guardian to be acknowledged and respected. When settlers later arrived, the legend transformed, absorbing the trappings of colonial imagination without relinquishing its core truths. The essence of Ogopogo, shaped through these layers of history, remains a part of the identity tapestry in the Okanagan, a testament to the enduring nature of tales born from land and spirit intertwined. Early records from the colonial era serve as a chronicle of awe and intrigue, as settlers first glimpsed the serpentine silhouette dance across Lake Okanagan's waters. With their stories, a sense of both wonderment and trepidation grew amongst those yearning to catch a glimpse, painting a vivid panorama where the mundane bled into myth. In decades past, the advent of photography and film introduced an era where this mysterious figure might finally reveal itself to the untrusting eye of modernity's lens. These fragments of evidence, blending anecdotal wonder with visual ambiguity, create a narrative thread weaving through the past and guiding it into our contemporary psyche. Eyewitness accounts provide lifeblood for the allure of cryptids, and Ogopogo is no stranger to the fervor it inspires. Across time, photographs and videos, some dubious, others tinged with possibility, have emerged, challenging the skeptical gaze of observers. Each frame carries the weight of folklore, scrutinized under the hungry magnifying glass of speculation. Skeptics and believers alike debate the authenticity of images taken under the watchful gaze of Okanagan's misty veil. Yet each capture, no matter its veracity, tempers the imaginative catalysis feeding the creature's legend. Modern encounters speak to the persistence of Ogopogo in the collective consciousness, opening a space where fact melds into timeless storytelling. Fleeting glimpses give way to stories told in hushed tones, of undulating humps at the water's surface, leaving behind wakes that echo into the imagination of those who witness them. Such tales, rippling through families and communities, form the myths of today, resonating with whispers of truth carried through ancestors' voices. The scientific mind approaches the legend of Ogopogo with its characteristic skepticism, positing that known creatures or natural phenomena may birth the legends passed through generations. Within the folds of Lake Okanagan, where the depths hide secrets in shadow, biologists and cryptozoologists display an earnest endeavor to extract truth from legend. Talk of misunderstood sturgeons or otters offers earthly explanations that stretch but do not break, attempts to contain the unknown within a framework that bridges the expansive curiosity of human minds with empirical cause. Unquestionably, the media's reach has shaped the legend, blowing mythos into global prominence. What began as local whisperings erupted into headlines, where tales of Ogopogo were cast to curious readers across Canada and beyond. Each retelling, whether through fingertips on keyboards or over airwaves, expanded the tale, adding layers and dimensions that spellbind new audiences. Through stories shared with every reiteration, the narrative adapts, dynamically twining the strands of antiquity with the immediacy of the digital age. In Lake Okanagan, the waters themselves are an inspiration for art, a canvas primed by nature's hand that stimulates storytelling. The enigma of Ogopogo lives on in creativity, finding expression on painted canvases and sculpted forms that narrate the unseen. Through art, Ogopogo emerges anew, captured in the sweeping brushstrokes that render its serpentine body in visuals that transform and transcend, engaging both locals and visitors in the continuing saga. The lake itself, a cradle of ecological marvels, wraps the legend in a womb of possibilities, where shifts in environment give rise to phenomena that inspire spiritual and mythical reflection. There, beneath the reflective surface where sky and water unite, the movement of underwater life stirs imagination, crafting moments we attempt to solve through the language of myth. The lake, a dynamic character in this saga, holds echoes of elemental forces that shape people's perceptions and drive narratives through currents both seen and felt. Across cultures, serpentine figures embody shared archetypes, bestowing upon these creatures the weight of transformation, guardianship, and wisdom. Ogopogo dances with these universals, a symbol not unlike the Loch Ness Monster or Japan's aquatic cryptids, uniting cultures across continents in a shared celebration of mystery. This symbolism resonates deeply with universal themes, shaping stories not confined by boundaries, casting Ogopogo into a cosmic dance of shared mythos. The boundaries between what is factual and what lives in legend weave a delicate tapestry, where Ogopogo resides in a space that straddles land and myth, belief and skepticism. Encounters with such legends invite an exploration of boundaries, those between our reality, the unseen, and the narratives born out of the spaces they occupy. Investigations into the creature's existence arise from this tension, examining the unexplainable while honoring the deeper truth carried within myths. Past reflects forward, as the tales of Ogopogo stretch their fingers into contemporary times, bridging past wisdom with modern questing. Who speaks words once thought forgotten? Ancestral voices, perhaps, bring myth into the modern era, a living artifact of stories that perhaps none remember, yet all feel deeply. Embracing these narratives invites a reconciliation between different worlds, Indigenous tradition, scientific inquiry, and the mystical unknown that eclipses such finite comprehension. As daybreak illuminates the lake, the whispers of Ogopogo dwell in the quiet between breaths of wind, in the gentle lapping of water against stone. Here too lies concern for preservation of the lake, its biomes, its legacy. With reverence, community members, empowered by rich storytelling traditions, gather to preserve Lake Okanagan's waters as the habitat of not only known flora and fauna, but also of myths like Ogopogo, which animate and sustain cultural and ecological stewardship alike. An interplay of Ogopogo and the Loch Ness Monster invites reflection upon global interconnectedness, drawing lines across distant continents in fellowship. Through shared curiosity for lake-dwelling inhabitants, our narratives, while varied in voice, harmonize in spirit. Both creatures speak to us in the language of water, suggesting submerged worlds waiting to be uncovered, narratives eager to be reclaimed. Rumors stretch beyond their borders, weaving familial ties and shared stories that nurture the spirit of connection within community walls. Through oral tradition and even modern platforms, these stories feed the continuing legend, ever adapting, yet always rooted in their beginnings. Every whisper shapes Ogopogo's enduring presence, keeping the legend alive and vibrant in the hearts of those who cherish them. The world of cryptids and the mysteries they pose shine light on human curiosity and the boundless quest for understanding nature's complexes. Cryptozoology, a gateway to imaginative exploration, remains ever vigilant in nodding to our relentless wonder of the unseen, encouraging questions, testing assumptions, and reflecting on humanity's collective visage under the starry expanse. The threads of folklore binding Ogopogo weave a timeless connection across generations, a narrative too profound to be unraveled by the ticking of time's clock. It is this tapestry of legends, belief, and search for knowledge that describes the tale of Ogopogo, a story ever expanding, each retelling an invitation to ponder the mysteries of myth and our place within it. As we muse upon Ogopogo's story, reflections guide us through the corridors of imagination, scientific discovery, and cultural engagement, where storytelling enables new insight into the shared experience of our world. The cryptid remains an enigma, a guardian of lore and mystery that prompts us ever to the edge of discovery, inviting us to peer into the depths and find within them the infinite potentiality of wonder. Lake Brosno, nestled deep in the heart of Russia's Tver Oblast, is a place where time appears to pause its relentless march. It is a sanctuary where the echoes of ancient stories resonate with the whispers of the wind through the dense forest. This enigmatic body of water, shrouded in mist and mystery, offers a tranquil facade that belies the whispered tales of an unseen presence hidden beneath its surface. The locals describe the lake as a retreat for nature enthusiasts, yet within its serene depths lurks the enigmatic legend of the Brosno dragon, a creature whose myth is woven into the very tapestry of the region's history and folklore. Tales of this purported cryptid, whispered for centuries, invite storytellers and skeptics alike to ponder the possibilities of its existence. To those who dare venture to its shores, Lake Brosno feels like a living entity, a portal to the past where myths are born and thrive. The lake seems to breathe alongside these stories, swelling with possibilities as the mysterious creature slices through the water like a phantom, an ancient enigma or a flight of fantasy forever undetermined. Those who claim to have seen the creature speak of its serpentine form, scales shimmering in the sunlight, scattering ripples like the pulse of a giant awakening. These recounts, echoing whispers on the breeze, keep alive the lore of a prehistoric survivor, a mythical being, or perhaps something entirely different, forever provoking curiosity and wonder. This tale of the Brosno dragon, stretching back to the 13th century, finds roots in the time-worn tradition of dragons populating Russia's mythological landscape. Oral storytelling passed through the generations infused these creatures with timeless characteristics: scales, fearsome visage, a body as long as a serpent, captivating the imaginations of those who chose to believe. These myths take on historical significance, underscored by accounts from the Mongol invasions, when it was said that this legendary dragon devoured troops, its jaws emerging from the murky depths of Lake Brosno to protect the land from invaders. Its legend is enriched by such narratives, blending folklore with historical events, allowing the Brosno dragon to reside in a magical realm where truth seamlessly intertwines with myth. Descriptions of the Brosno dragon possess the duality of terror and wonder, suggesting an entity at once familiar yet fantastical. Witness accounts portray a giant serpent, its form metallic, gliding through the water with an eerie grace, creating ripples that seem to warn intruders of its domain. The creature, said to be over 16 feet long, comes to surface as an embodiment of dread and awe, with needle-like fangs visible through a cavernous maw. However, its visage is ever-shifting, effacing the line between reality and dream in a way that both observers and cryptozoologists find perplexing. This variability adds to its mystique, offering a chimera formed by age-old lore and imagination, challenging perceptions at every turn. History lives within the waters of Brosno, where accounts of mysterious antics and eerie encounters abound. Fishermen's tales of conversations with unknown forces beneath the darkened surface fuel narratives serving as evidence of the Brosno dragon's existence. Nets are said to have been torn asunder, as if by unseen behemoths lurking in the lake's mysterious depths, challenging the reality of those who cast them. These stories reach into World War II, where legends tell of a tank swallowed whole as this protectress of the motherland rose to confront Nazi invaders. Such accounts play upon the duality of historical record and mythical embellishment, creating vivid imagery of heroic resistance against tyranny that embellishes the legend's intangibility but tangible presence within local culture. Modern encounters, though rare, continue to intrigue. Whispered tales of shadows beneath the water, leaving turbulent waves in their wake, keep alive the legend of the Brosno dragon. Technology, too, has ventured into these depths, yet sonar scans reveal only elusive shapes, large and mobile, moving beneath the water. Such readings fuel debates. Is it a giant sturgeon or another undocumented species that mimics the fantastical? Science and myth continue to dance around Lake Brosno, daring seekers to unravel the enigma hidden beneath the mirrored surface. In scientific realms, theories abound, offering plausible alternatives to dragon tales. Some posit that natural phenomena, interpreted through the lens of myth, account for strange happenings. Seismic disturbances or gas releases might explain optical illusions or disturbances that, in another era, became the myths passed down through oral tradition. Biologists suggest sightings might be creature misidentifications, where catfish or sturgeon are seen through the eyes of awe. Meanwhile, the lake itself supports biodiversity that encourages unusual interpretations. Yet, the myth endures, nurtured by the extraordinary elements of Lake Brosno and those who stand beside its waters. To the communities surrounding Lake Brosno, the dragon is more than legend. It is a cultural landmark. Ancient tales teach lessons, warn of dangers, and offer entertainment on cold nights, passed through countless retellings, with the Brosno dragon serving as an allegory as much as fabled thrall. The dragon's symbolism permeates local craftsmanship, music, and festivities, where its emblematic visage becomes a living testament to shared heritage. Tourism benefits as the myth entwines with modern commerce, inviting myth enthusiasts and travelers to seek encounters with that hidden link in their collective history. Russian mythology overall ponders dragons as guardians or harbingers, creatures that exist at the fringes of recorded knowledge, offering protection or doom depending on visitors' reverence. The Brosno dragon aptly fits herein, a sentinel over Lake Brosno, and an emblem of exploring the unfathomable depth of nature. It acts both as guardian and metaphor, and still reverberates through human consciousness about the riches and dangers nature holds that lie beyond dominion or understanding. Lake Brosno's ecological features play a decisive role in this narrative. The lake resides within a volcanic crater, offering niches for secrets and species, where sharp depth oscillations and rocky outcrops conceal and reveal as they might. Its waters teem with life that changes with the seasons, each transformation offering its share of the unexpected. This vibrant environment fosters awe or fear, mistaken or real, as the lake echoes the legends and makes the Brosno dragon conceivable within its complex realm. Comparisons extend beyond Russia, placing Brosno within a global collective of cryptids born from watery domains. Each lake creature, such as Scotland's Nessie or Canada's Ogopogo, reflects fear of aquatic territories and mythic lives surfacing from their depths, shared across cultures and time. The stories and sightings overlap, mirroring ecological and societal connections as the tales engage in both known lore and inspiring mythological expansion. To cryptozoologists, the Brosno dragon is a compelling enigma. Here, the real and mythical intertwine convincingly, providing opportunities to ponder gaps between knowledge and mystery. Modern tools aid exploration, creating paradoxes, deep analysis trying to illuminate and yet deepening wonderment at the indefinable entity, something resisting full empirical classification. In contemporary media, the Brosno dragon bursts into new life, from documentaries to fictionalized accounts, infusing ancient tales with modern fear and speculation. The legend finds gripping footholds in popular culture, exploring amplifying fantasies within stories, highlighting horror, fantasy, and human psychology. It thrives alongside social media and digital platforms that allow new generations insight into its timeless mystery. The ongoing dialogue between myth and science remains unresolved. Each provides a window into truths of existence, using different frameworks. Grounded tools of evidence confront emotion-laden myths, as each defends their relevancy to accounts that lie beneath the water's depths. In these realms, the legend of the Brosno dragon thrives, an illustration of human longing to peek beyond the curtain of what can be proved into realms of the imaginative and the enigmatic. Spirituality wraps Lake Brosno in mysticism beyond just myth, a mesmerizing notion of the water as sacred. These waters demand respect, with perceived sightings of the creature viewed as omens, good or ill, hinting of something phenomenal. The lake serves as a threshold between realms, offering rituals and dialogues that anchor to both spirit and earth, inviting introspection and questing. The expeditions to Brosno, marked by intrigue and adventure, become tales in themselves. Recordings remain rare and inconclusive, but the crystal echoes between scientific pursuit and mythical allure do not cease unabated. Instead, each expedition becomes engrossed in its attempt to uncover the water's mysteries as more profound questions about human perception and credulity beckon. Symbols like the Brosno dragon pervade the psyche, embodying the fear of chaotic unknowns. Jungian archetypes suggest they confront our primal fears and desires, rationalized or not, within our psyche. Societal needs for heroes and allegories to confront natural boundaries further explain the dragon's enduring pull, as each myth offers a chance to explore boundaries between real and unreal on a psychological level. In literature and art, the Brosno dragon pulses with force, serving as a motif of inspiration and fear. This creature dances between protection and destruction, forming a continuum within Russian culture as art emerges, charged with the energy of storytelling. Works capture the ephemerality of myth and provide tangible connections for others practicing traditions, weaving dreams into art. Environmental awareness has prompted new readings of the legend, with the Brosno dragon drawing attention to ecological sensibilities, offering lessons on the unseen beauty of nature's inherent diversity. These perspectives urge protection and preservation of secrets the earth holds in her arms, inciting reflection on the world's invisible marvels that coexist within human narratives. Myths like the Brosno dragon remind us how stories shape reality, transforming unbiased perceptions, informing our conceptual frontiers beyond known exploration. They forge pathways through the unexplored, igniting the spark that encourages exploration, where the senses alone must reach deeper. In Russian folklore, the Brosno dragon connects through centuries, an allegory of Russian heritage, imbued with historic threads shaping modern connections. These stories refract from past to present, offering context for reflecting on today's cultural interactions and rituals that continue to bind region to beyond. Myth to reality, time to timelessness. Within this vastness, the silence of Lake Brosno is paradoxically loud, resounding with anticipations that hold the weight of myth without word or sound. This stillness, an ever-present witness to history, gives weight to the shared hush of its onlookers, speaking not in words, but through the echoing tenor of eternal mysteries, framing the Brosno dragon not just a being of scales and lore, but a moving presence mapping upon the very waters held in timelessness, where so much remains possible. Ultimately, the legend's impact resonates far through regional tourism, tantalizing those who seek to uncover stories within landscapes likened to mythical worlds. These encounters foster economic growth within cultural texture, enshrining the dragon as both guide and guardian across time's unfailing continuum. Philosophy confirms these myths underscore every archetype and pattern found in humanity's vast web of rational and emotional longing, where worlds once imagined merge into the manifold realms of experience, weaving through light and shadow, symbol and spirit, myth and manifestation. The vast expanse of Lake Champlain, meandering through the verdant landscapes of New York and Vermont, cradled between the Stoic Green and Adirondack Mountains, is a realm of serene beauty and ancient mystery. This aquatic domain invites whispered tales that dance between the veil of reality and imagination, stretching across its 125 miles and embracing countless hidden coves and bays. For centuries, Lake Champlain has been more than a geographical wonderment. It stands as a cultural and historical tapestry where legend breathes alongside fact. From time immemorial, stories of an elusive creature known as Champ have rippled through the waters, interweaving ancient whispers with modern-day wonder. The lake's tranquil surface holds secrets as deep as its waters, drawing dreamers into contemplation and the world of the ethereal, where silence and shadow hold narratives as tangible as the ridged ripples left in the creature's wake. Long before settlers from distant shores came seeking new worlds, the Abenaki and Iroquois peoples roamed these lands, weaving myths rich in symbolism and reverence. In their lore, the lake's depths were home to serpentine guardians, respected and feared, known as Gitaskog among the Abenaki, a powerful presence casting blessings and tribulations. These stories offer more than myth. They are pathways to understanding a world where nature's enigmas were as omnipresent as the wind. The creature of Lake Champlain was not an aberration, but a spirit woven into the landscape, cautionary and protective. Through ancient narratives, we embark on a journey to decipher the truths threaded in folklore, resonating still within the scientific contemplation of our time, echoing reminders that not all answers lie in plain sight. In the summer of 1609, it was the French explorer Samuel de Champlain who recorded one of the first known glimpses of the lake's legendary inhabitant. As his expedition ventured across the lake's depths, he documented an encounter with a serpentine creature, its presence unmistakable and compelling. Described with a horse-shaped head and spiny back, the creature's estimated 10-foot length was enough to seed a story that has woven through the centuries. Champlain's brief notation forms a bridge, an arc spanning fiction and discovery, grounding centuries of Indigenous respect with the curious gaze of the European settlers. His record binds these histories, casting the creature into the realm of enduring legend, immersing us in the dialogue between observed phenomenon and storied lore. What began as a notation on a page has become entwined with the lake's mystique. The 19th century marked a crescendo in the chorus of sightings as European settlers wove themselves into the fabric of the region. Throughout the mid-1800s, newspapers buzzed with reports of a lake creature, long and serpentine, challenging the boundaries of known biology. Each article, each testimony fueled public imagination, transforming Champ from whispered myth to local icon. As word spread, the lake itself became a repository of wonder, inviting all who approached its shores to speculate and dream. The tales of the creature grew synonymous with the spirit of discovery that characterized this frontier land, drawing curious adventurers to the lake, where they were met not with answers, but with shimmering questions reflected softly across its waters. The story of Champ took a captivating turn in 1977 when Sandra Mansi captured a photograph that seized global attention. Her image, showing a cryptic form rising from the tranquil waters, a neck elongated, seemingly attentive, watching from its watery domain, offered more than a visual testament. It invited profound discourse, filling hearts with hope or doubt. For believers, the photograph was a keyhole into the unseen, a physical proof challenging skepticism, while doubters considered the possibilities of optical deceit or happenstance. Yet, regardless of belief, Mansi's photograph poignantly illustrates the struggle between acceptance and skepticism, an icon of the dance between what is seen and what is believed. The image does not provide definitive answers, but rather a gateway into the mystery, where imagination and evidence twine like the currents beneath the lake's surface. Science, with its tools of reason and exploration, has long sought to illuminate the enigma of Champ. Although tangible proof remains elusive, explorations range from sonar mapping to ecological sampling, seeking evidence of a creature hidden beyond conventional reach. Some scientists propose the premise that an undiscovered species might navigate the lake's recesses, yet others cite the absence of evidence as a call to temper expectations. This dialogue between science and myth is more than a search for a physical being. It is a reflection on the many layers of understanding that weave through the pursuit of knowledge, urging us to embrace the wonders residing at the intersection of evidence and awe. In these explorations, we find echoes of our limitless curiosity and the boundless depths of what is yet to be discovered beneath the placid surface of our known world. In the ethereal framework of cryptozoology, Champ becomes a subject of fascination and inquiry, a tantalizing whisper from the unexplored. Cutting-edge technology pairs with the curiosity of old in a quest to pull the creature from legend into light. From DNA sampling to drone surveys, these modern methodologies create new narratives amidst the old, interlinking history with innovation to form a continuum of intrigue and possibility. Here, in the convergence of past and future, Champ stands, an emblem of our enduring enthrallment with the elusive and unknown. However, even within the embrace of mystery, skepticism holds its place in the dialogue. Debates whirl around the variability of descriptions, the patterns of mass hysteria, and the fallibility of perception. Scientific studies remind us of the brain's propensity to weave illusions, particularly when light and reflection dance upon the water's mirroring stage. Yet these criticisms invite us to peer deeper into the human psyche, into our intrinsic yearning for certainty within an ever-shifting world. As we dissect disbelief, we reflect upon our motivations to sustain mythologies that reshape our understanding of the world and our place therein, nudging us to wander the space where skepticism and reverence meet. The media's portrayal of Champ further embellishes the legend, infusing it with dynamic vitality echoing through documentaries, books, and television that capture the creature within narratives both familiar and new. These portrayals engage the broader context of lake monsters, framing Champ's story within the quilt of shared human fascination for the mystical and forbidden. Through their lenses, Champ's myth extends beyond local legends to become intrinsic to cultural dialogues about the unknown, a prism reflecting our individual and collective curiosities. The shaping by media demonstrates the perpetual allure of cryptids, suggesting that the unresolved enigma of one lake's creature might encapsulate the collective enigma of life's unexplored edges. In the tapestry of Champlain Valley, Champ stands as more than a specter. It has become a cultural emblem, celebrated and cherished as a unifying symbol of regional identity. Festivals and statutes honor it, weaving its image into the cultural and economic fabric of the region. Here, Champ transforms from creature to cultural icon, a beacon that unites the past with the present, linking tradition and innovation. Such integration fosters reflections on how myths breathe life into cultural contexts, transcending the creature's material narrative to emerge as a totem of collective pride and shared history. Globally, Champ finds kinship among a pantheon of lake monsters, each anchored within unique cultural frameworks, from Scotland's Nessie to Russia's Brosno dragon. These parallels invite us to explore the archetypal patterns that wend through myths worldwide. The recurrent themes of lurking enigmas beckon us into contemplation of shared human fears and inspirations. This global tapestry offers a window into the universal narratives that underscore our curiosity, fueling our eternal search for understanding and connection through tales of enigmas, both terrestrial and surreal. Despite the enigma, Champ's narrative pulses within the realm of modern cryptozoology, a narrative fueled by a spectrum of believers ranging from passionate defenders to cautious inquisitors. Online forums abound, echoing shared questions and testimonies, weaving a community engaged in the alchemy of discovery. These spaces afford Champ's seekers a realm to exchange ideas at the confluence of skepticism and belief, fostering dialogues amplified by humility and wonder. The narrative arc of Champ thrives on personal encounters, shared through generations, each account a brushstroke in the creature's story. From fishermen to tourists, these stories hold varying versions of a singular mystery, suggesting glimpses of the bizarre, the impossible, or the spectacular. Each sighting is more than anecdote. It is an interface with the unknown, where perception meets memory and spins tales as tangible as dreams. In contemplating Champ's ecological landscape, we find insights that propel us towards understanding, suggesting the possibility of undiscovered life teeming within its hidden depths. The lake's biodiversity proffers a conceptual playground where natural history and speculation coalesce, heralding possibilities not yet realized. In these musings, the Champ narrative transcends its mythological bindings to engage with primal questions of life's potential veracity and the awe-inspiring mystery of our natural world. Visual deception and perceptual illusions provide another lens through which we explore the phenomenon of Champ. The lake's interplay of light and shadow conjures illusions that swirl in the imagination, shaping what is perceived and recalled. These factors provide fertile grounds for speculation, inviting us to ponder the mysteries of human vision, framing the allure of the unseen as a reflection of our internal landscapes. Drawing insights from other lake monsters documented worldwide, we gain vantage points to compare and contrast the narratives Champ inspires. From Ogopogo to Lagarfliot worm, these legends offer lessons in the patterns found within sightings, and the pervasive allure of the cryptid. Each case study serves as an entry point into broader cultural examinations of myth-making, connecting the dots across global communities through our fascination with the legendary unknown. In the labyrinthine corridors of simulation theory, where reality is pondered as an elaborate orchestration, creatures like Champ emerge as potential symbols of the unreal or unexplained, anomalies punctuating our perception of the universe's construct. These musings invite philosophical reflections on the fluid nature of reality, questioning whether creatures like Champ are manifestations of broader narratives that transcend our comprehension, challenging us to reconsider the very essence of existence and perception. The psychological dimensions of cryptid belief reveal the complexities underlying our fascination, driven by an intrinsic desire to bridge reality with the fantastical. Champ, dwelling in shadows and mystery, appeals to deep internal yearnings for discovery and connection with the uncharted. This psychological exploration enriches our comprehension of attraction to the cryptid world, prompting us to explore how these beliefs serve as reflections of individual and collective awareness, an arena for wonder woven from the threads binding reality and imagination. Embedded within every cryptid tale is the artistry of language and storytelling, the means by which myth transforms into legend, transcending generations and becoming part of cultural consciousness. The evolution of Champ's story underscores the roles storytelling, both oral and written, has played in sculpting the narrative landscape, illustrating how myth and reality intersect through shared narratives that invoke the universal desire for meaning, mystery, and discovery. In today's digital age, stories of Champ are propelled into new realms, shared and disseminated across digital landscapes with an immediacy that amplifies their reach and evolution. This technological interchange provides new opportunities for collective engagement with the myths of old, rendering Champ accessible to global audiences in real time and forging connections between past wonder and contemporary curiosity. The digital transformation invites reflections on how legends adapt and thrive amidst modernity, bridging spaces between tradition and innovative storytelling. Environmental shifts around Lake Champlain further nuance Champ's narrative, offering new frameworks for interpreting ancient lore. Shifting ecologies, from climate change to urban expansion, reshape the context in which Champ's myth resides, affording new pathways for understanding how narratives intertwine with the natural changes around us. These shifts offer fertile ground for reflecting on the interconnectedness between humanity and its environment, breathing fresh interpretations into enduring myths. Ultimately, the allure of lake monsters like Champ persists across cultures, a testament to their symbolic resonance within the human psyche. These creatures, entwined in our fears and desires, mirror ancient archetypes that bind us to the mysteries that define our existence. Their stories tether us to a communal unconscious, offering a mirror into which we gaze to see reflected the unending dance of humanity with the enigmatic. The quest for understanding Champ mirrors an ongoing journey, embracing science and spirituality in equal measure. As technology advances and interdisciplinary explorations deepen, the potential for revelation remains boundless, echoing across time with a promise of future discovery. Champ's narrative is a reminder of humanity's relentless curiosity, reflecting the harmony of quest and contemplation, of myth and understanding. In this convergence of past and future, Champ remains a symbol of the complex dialogue between imagination and empiricism, urging us to ponder the mysteries still to be unfolded. Finally, as we conclude our contemplative journey across Lake Champlain, we are left with a profound sense of peace and curiosity. Champ, incarnate of mystery itself, whispers of ancient tales while inviting new questions. The creature captures the interplay between known and unknown, echoing the harmony that exists across the tapestry of sight, memory, and story. As the mist flows across the lake at dusk and the waters lull to stillness, the enduring mystery of Champ lingers, a tranquil reflection of the spirit of exploration that resides in every heart. Nestled deep within the mystical embrace of the Scottish Highlands, Loch Morar stretches languidly, holding the serene distinction of being the deepest freshwater lake in the British Isles. Here, the world seems tailored by time itself, untouched and undisturbed, a canvas for the tales whispered through generations. The loch's tranquil surface, ever so still, invites both comfort and intrigue, much like the tales of Morag that ripple through its dark, peaty waters, the echoes of a creature unseen, yet profoundly felt. In the realm of Loch Morar, reality is intertwined with legend, creating a tapestry where the imagination roams unfettered. Stories of Morag, the enigmatic dweller believed to inhabit these depths, stir within the shadows of the loch, weaving through local lore as quietly as a whisper through a congregation. It is said that Morag, much like its enigmatic cousin Nessie, captures the intrigue of cryptid enthusiasts and skeptics alike, entangling folklore with the threads of scientific curiosity. This seamless blend of myth and mystery clouds the lines between the known and the unknown, raising tides of wonder in the recesses of human thought. Journeying through time, we encounter Morag's first documented sighting in 1887. Yet, like many such legends, the bones of its story are far older, crafted through oral traditions long whispered among these highland stones. The legend endures as a synthesis of the ancient and the contemporary, embodying humanity's endless fascination with the deep, the unknown, the ineffable. Each retelling is steeped in a yearning for the mythical, a celestial echo resonating through the corridors of time. Over the years, numerous sightings have surfaced, painting vivid, if varied, portraits of Morag. Those claiming to have glimpsed it speak of a large, serpentine form, breaking the loch's surface with a languid grace and leaving in its wake ripples that disturb the serene facade. These accounts, varied yet intriguingly consistent, fuel the enduring flame of curiosity, leaving both skeptics and believers to grapple with the mysteries the loch might hold. Tales of Morag, told in hushed voices at the hearth, compel us to consider the fabric of reality with reverence, to embrace the possibility that not all is neatly categorized by modern science. In the dance of skepticism and wonder, eyewitness accounts form the heart of the Morag legend, none more stirring than the 1969 encounter of James MacDonald and his companion. On that fateful day, as the sun kissed the horizon, they claimed their eyes met a creature of considerable length, breaking the loch's placid surface, a vision as unsettling as it was profound. Such testimonies, lived and shared, invite listeners to wander the thin line between belief and incredulity, pondering the mysteries that nature guards jealously behind its veil. Yet memory is fickle, and accounts ephemeral, often dismissed by the logical mind. Still, the consistency of these stories provides a buoy, a tether of credibility to which we return, driven by our collective curiosity. The impact of such close encounters transforms skeptics into believers, and the tales that pass through generations evoke wonderment, a gentle prodding to question the boundaries of understanding and contemplate the realms beyond the tangible. Scientific endeavors have slowly encroached, navigating the watery depths with tools of modernity. The sonar scans and exploratory dives weaving into the narrative a fabric of empirical inquiry. The vastness of Loch Morar and its formidable depths cloak Morag in shadows, ever elusive, thwarting definitive conclusions with the majesty of uncertainty. The loch remains the imperious keeper of its secrets, embracing science with the echoes of sonar blips and fleeting shapes that dart beneath its surface. In this mysterious interplay of myth and science, we are reminded that not all answers are readily available, some perhaps destined to reside in the esoteric margins of human knowledge. Are these sonar anomalies mere schools of fish or perceptive glimpses of Morag itself? Such mysteries beckon us further into the loch's depths, where science and myth convene, whispering softly of the wonders that lie beneath, waiting to be discovered or simply imagined. The ecosystem of Loch Morar, a richness steeped in seclusion, mirrors the enigmatic nature of its rumored inhabitant. Its waters cradle creatures both usual and unheard, the submerged forests and aquatic habitats, creating ideal sanctuaries for a beast to remain hidden from prying eyes. Here, in this labyrinthine world, where underwater landscapes conceal their wonders beneath murky depth, creatures large or small might find their home, undetected and unproven, sparking both scientific curiosity and wild imaginings. Comparisons with Nessie bring another layer of contemplation, as Morag's tale intersects with that of its northern cousin, both sharing a region and possessing similar whispers of mystery. The fame of Nessie, however, has cast long shadows, leaving Morag in a realm of quieter reflection. This disparity between the stories invites us to explore the dynamics of cultural prioritization, pondering how narratives are shaped, elevated, or forgotten over time. Despite their distinct identities, Morag and Nessie inspire a similar sense of wonder, each an alluring myth, a bridge between folklore and the modern quest for understanding. Yet Morag's quiet presence, more local, more intimate, offers a softer echo in the grand narrative of cryptozoology, serving as a reminder of the enigmatic spaces nature preserves away from our grasp. Modern society, awash in technology and swift communication, clings to such legends, finding in them a counterbalance to rapid information churn. Within Morag's shadow, stories are vessels for timeless themes, bridging the past with our restless present. The legends resonate, reflecting humanity's enduring desire to find meaning and marvel within nature's complexities, ever encouraging us to explore beyond the veil of reality, to touch the mystic fringes of existence. To the descendants of the Highlands, the legend of Morag transcends mere curiosity. It delineates a sense of belonging to a heritage alive with history and wonder. The creature acts as an emblem of cultural identity, its narrative a cornerstone around which community finds unity and pride. Visitors, too, are drawn by the lure of living legends, their presence bolstering both local economy and the cultural richness of the region. In these times, myth and media craft a dual narrative. As modern depictions of Morag emerge, they entwine with historical accounts, amplifying the legend's reach. Such portrayals, ushered through documentaries or tourist tales, capture the imagination of a global audience, reinforcing Morag's place as an enduring enigma within Scotland's storied landscape. The fascination with creatures like Morag taps into our primal emotions, presenting an outlet for fears of the unknown and admiration for the mystical. Morag stands as an entity perpetually balanced between reality and fantasy, inviting engagement with the world through eyes that hunger for the extraordinary. Technology, delicate in its dance with legend, introduces sonar mapping as a means to uncover the invisible. The dark waters yield their secrets slowly, a murmur of revelation refracted through technological eyes. Sonar results tantalize, leading dialogues towards the ambiguous, a space where myth and fact engage in eternal dance, coaxing humankind to dream beyond empirical confines. As local voices breathe life into Morag's legend, oral traditions affirm cultural vitality, drawing upon wellsprings of collective memory. These stories, alive with the energy of each retelling, shape the tapestry of the past, allowing the mark of Morag to dwell in the hearts of those who share its tale. Each echoed word enriches the legend's texture, cementing the narrative as a pulse within the cultural identity. Amidst the ethereal calm of Loch Morar lies a power that transcends reality, weaving through history with the threads of imagination. Here, in these gentle tides, myth encapsulates the psychological allure of the mysterious, seducing us with shadows that stretch beyond reach. Cryptid beliefs foster realms of awe, satisfying an inherent craving for discovery that bridges the mundane with the celestial. For Morag, legend and landscape converge seamlessly, inviting us to step across the threshold where mythic imagery resonates with ancient archetypes. The creature, framed in narrative as a great behemoth, draws symbols from the deep well of humanity's collective psyche, beckoning us to explore the boundaries where reality meets wonder. The waters of Loch Morar remain a profound mystery, their allure pulling skeptics and believers alike into sacred dialogue. As advances in technology promise to uncover Earth's hidden marvels, questions arise about the ethical interplay of exploration and environmental preservation. Within these musings, Morag not only evokes the spirit of discovery, but also attunes us to the sanctity of the natural world. The human attraction to mystery courses through the corridors of memory, sheltered within the well of ancient stories. Legends like Morag's persist through generations, igniting the torch of curiosity and unfurling the banners of imagination. Within this balance of light and shadow dwell the questions that age cannot dim. Are creatures like Morag a tangible reflection of nature's secrets, or a beautiful veil cloaked in shadow, cast across the ancient lochs? As our journey through tales of Morag brings us to reflection, we find ourselves beckoned once more to visit the deep waters of imagination. Through the mist of Loch Morar, among stories spun beneath the moon's watchful gaze, we are called to listen, to wonder, to explore. Here, where the present brushes against ancient echoes, lie stories waiting to unfold, guided by the resonance of timeless mysteries that continue to enchant the world. Through this narrative, an invitation is extended, a gentle urging to immerse oneself in mystery, to wander dreamlike through Scotland's ancient terrain, and to see each ripple as a verse in an ever-unfolding symphony of legend and lore. The waters of Loch Morar and that curious creature within quietly wait for our imaginations to stir, whispering fervently of the unfathomable beauty held within the world's deepest recesses. Within the vast tapestry of Iceland's mythic lore, a creature stirs, weaving through the ages like a whisper caught in the northern winds. The Lagerfliot worm, as it is known, has undulated through Icelandic tales long before the encroachment of modernity. Its legend grows like the ancient sagas that echo through the misty fjords, embedding itself in the cultural soul of the land. This serpentine enigma is both a harbinger of ancestral voices and a guardian of nature's untouched sanctuaries. The legends of the Lagerfliot worm are more than just whispers of the past. They are woven into the very terrain, much like the indelible scars carved by fjords across the Icelandic landscape. This mythical creature, residing in the icy depths of Lagerfliot Lake, continues to beguile those who listen with hearts open to mysteries yet unexplained. The resonance of the worm is felt not merely in tales, but in the hearts of those bound to the land by heritage and history. For the Icelandic people, it is not an apparition, not a trick of the mind, but a vibrant echo of ancestral narratives that sustain the spirit of their homeland. Lagerfliot Lake serves as both the creature's lair and a mystical portal to ages veiled in fog. As the northern lights dance overhead, the tales of the worm caution against the vanity of certainty while inviting all to delve into enigmas that remain tantalizingly out of reach. In the modern era, the tale of the Lagerfliot worm retains its textured beauty, enriched by the blend of factual scrutiny and folkloric wonder. While scientific inquiry hesitantly steps into this world steeped in fantasy and fantastical possibilities, the people of Iceland hold steadfast to their inherited truths. Science searches for clarity where the myth leaves room for reverence and awe, standing as a reminder of humanity's own limits in comprehending the myriad layers of existence. In allowing the legends space to breathe, they persist as gentle phantoms in the psyche, restless yet comforting, offering insights into worlds uncharted by empirical maps. To understand the Lagerfliot worm, one must first plunge into the profound waters of its home, Lagerfliot Lake. This significant, glacial-fed body of water lies nestled within eastern Iceland, its mysterious depths veiled in a shroud of time. Vast and spectral, the lake conceals within its murky embrace geological secrets shaped by epochs of fire and ice. These waters, opaque like untouched soil, guard stories echoing from the molten heart of the earth itself. Lagerfliot is more than a mere geographical feature. It is a timeless theater where myth and reality entwine in a dance as mesmerizing as the aurora borealis. Enshrined within the annals of Icelandic folklore is the worm's own tale of origin, steeped in enchantment and accursed legend. Wisps of saga recount the story of a golden ring that bestowed wealth and ruin, its fate entwined with the sinuous shadow of the lake-dwelling beast. Through these stories flows a river of imagination, inviting those bold enough to wander along its edges. Residing in the folds of such tales is a powerful alchemy, transforming the mundane into a living tableau of mythic exploration. The icy waters of Lagerfliot beckon with the allure of secrets untold, urging each traveler to tarry beneath the eternal canopy of Iceland's skies. It was in the cold dawn of 2012 that new ripples cast the legend of the Lagerfliot worm into the modern consciousness. Captured through the lens of curious eyes, footage appeared to show a serpentine form breaching the lake's surface, undulating with primordial grace. This visual whisper provoked a conflagration of debate, where skepticism and belief collided in a maelstrom of speculation. Scientists, eager to shed light on the enigma, arrived with instruments and theories, striving to sift truth from the silt of illusion. Yet the answers remained as elusive as the creature itself, cloaked in ambiguity and wonder. The official scrutiny that followed declared the footage to be unmanipulated by human contrivance. Yet for all its transparency, it deepened rather than dispelled the mystery. Nature's clever craftsmanship or technological trickery. Each interpretation fueled the narrative's fire. Conversations spanned oceans, sparking imagination and summoning voices from across the globe to join in telling this shared story. The footage blurred the boundary between myth and reality, inviting each observer to ponder the delicate balance between what is seen and what is believed. In the heart of Icelandic folklore, stories of mysterious creatures spring forth as essential and familiar as the azure sky above. These tales transcend folklore, suffusing the land with an essence that speaks to its spiritual foundation. In Iceland, the fantastical is woven into the very fabric of life, intertwining everyday existence with narratives that resonate through the ages. The worm, alongside legends of elves, trolls, and other mystical beings, stands sentinel to the rich cultural tapestry of the land. These stories serve as vessels, carrying wisdom and value across the generations, anchoring present consciousness to past reverie. More than mere entertainment, these creatures offer metaphors for the enigmatic relationship between humanity and nature. The Lagerfljót worm, as part of this ethereal pantheon, embodies the union of mythic narrative and ecological reality, transmuting folklore into universal parables. Icelandic legends reveal truths that bridge the corporeal and the ephemeral, inviting those who dare to explore the magical intersection of science, myth, and spirituality. Here, beings possess a life that defies casual dismissal, nurtured by a community attuned to the deep, resonant pulse of the natural world. The worm not only swims in the waters of Iceland's imagination, but also takes its place among the serpentine tales of cultures worldwide. In every corner of our shared history, serpents slip through dreams, leaving trails of mystery in their wake. From the Aztec feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, promising renewal, to the Ouroboros of Egyptian iconography symbolizing eternity, these creatures bridge the divine and mortal planes. The Lagerfljót worm joins this illustrious pantheon, its legend an intricate strand in the great tapestry of myth. These serpentine motifs vary across the globe, each bearing unique cultural significance grounded in their respective landscapes. They encapsulate themes of life, transformation, and power, highlighting the universal kinship shared by myths of distant lands. The tale of the worm, cocooned in Nordic shadows, reflects this interconnected network of symbols, offering a lens through which to interpret the unity of human experience and myth. In tracing the historical journey of the worm across Icelandic lore, one encounters a mosaic of narratives etched by time's passage. Accounts span centuries, drawn from oral tradition and the pens of chroniclers, each story a stone set into the collective memory of Iceland. Here, the boundaries between fact and fiction blur, as histories evolve and tales embellish reality. As scholars sift through the sands of these age-old narratives, they find themselves drawn into the enigma woven by countless generations of voices, each retelling casting new light upon the enduring mystery. The worm's story navigates these shifting waters of belief and doubt, inviting constant exploration of its many layers. Like the mist that clings to the lake's edge, these narratives encircle us, teasing the mind to seek what lies beyond sight, engaging both the skeptical and the faithful in a joint odyssey through the unknown. In the rich canon of interpretations, the Lagerfljót worm swims through a triad of possibilities. As a creature, it captivates with cryptozoological allure, a possible relic of undiscovered evolutionary paths. Then, there is the timeless narrative of the curse intertwined with the worm's legend, reflecting human struggles with forces of greed and the entanglement of fate and fortune. Yet, above all, the worm emerges as a profound symbol, speaking to spiritual transformation and philosophical introspection. Each interpretation offers a prism through which to explore myth's potential, challenging notions of reality and engendering conversations that delve into the heart of human understanding. Across generations, the worm serves as a metaphor for humanity's enduring fascination with the mysteries of existence, perpetually inviting the curious to plumb the depths of their own stories. Iceland, a land shaped by the elemental forces of nature, provides an ideal refuge for such myths. Its landscapes, reflected in the pristine waters of Lagerfljót Lake, create a stage where nature and narrative intertwine, birthing legends amid its stark beauty. This dynamic interplay of land and lore fosters an atmosphere ripe for the imagination, where the whispers of myth are echoed by the mountains and carried on the winds. The isolation of the lake enhances the allure of the worm, positioning it within a habitat conducive to stories both ancient and modern. Amid the rugged contours of this northern realm, the legends find strength, sustained by the very forces that sculpt its jagged horizons. Within such an environment, the worm's tale endures, untouched by time, a living testament to the interplay of nature and narrative. To capture the essence of the myth, an encounter with the voices of those who dwell near the lake reveals insights into the enduring power of such stories. For the people living within the embrace of the legend, the worm is more than a tale. It is part of everyday life, an element of local tradition imbued with mystery and meaning. Conversations with locals illuminate the connection between myth and community, highlighting how these tales transcend simple folklore to become touchstones of cultural identity. As they recount these stories handed down through generations, the people of Iceland offer a perspective grounded in reverence and experience. The worm's presence, whether believed as a tangible creature or as part of Iceland's rich oral tapestry, resonates throughout the community, continuing to weave the bonds between person, place, and history. With each retelling, the legend is rejuvenated, inviting new generations to become part of a living heritage steeped in wonder. In the shared narratives of water and myth, the Lagerfljót worm partakes in a dialogue as old as civilization itself. Water's symbolism spans the cradle of humanity, serving as both sustenance and metaphorical passage through the terrain of life. Across cultures, water symbolizes purity and chaos, birth and destruction, representing dualities that highlight its enigmatic power. It stands as the ever-changing mirror of our collective consciousness, a bridge between the terrestrial and the transcendent. In this narrative, the lake becomes an allegory for the mysteries that captivate our imagination, a stage where ancient stories and modern conjectures dance. Here, water is where myth and memory converge, painting the tale of the worm with strokes both ethereal and vibrant, continuously shaping and reshaping the story as it flows through time's lengthy river. Icelandic legends, with their compelling themes and archetypal characters, permeate modern culture in ways both overt and subtle. They find passage through literature and visual mediums, serving as a wellspring of inspiration for contemporary creators. The Lagerfljót worm, alongside its mythic kin, breathes life into stories that captivate the imagination, offering themes that continue to resonate in today's narrative environments. These timeless tales are woven into modern storytelling, seamlessly crossing the boundaries between epochs. As legends morph into new guises, they infuse contemporary myths with ageless wisdom, ensuring the survival of these cultural treasures within the hearts and minds of present and future generations. Beyond Iceland's shores, In the lands of northern Europe, similar tales of waterborne creatures resonate with shared motifs. The Lagerfliot worm finds kinship with the serpentine legends of Scotland's Loch Ness, its image mirrored in the waters of these storied locales. Together, these myths form a constellation within the cultural psyche of a region, joining lines of story etched across continents, a testament to the enduring power of myth. These legends, carried across history, unite disparate communities, creating dialogues that transcend geographical and temporal boundaries. They stand as testament to our shared heritage, one marked by stories that reach beyond the confines of time, linking cultures through the ephemeral magic found only in myth. As modern science seeks to unravel the mysteries of the worm, it encounters the shifting border between measurable reality and fabled imagination. Scientists employ tools and methodologies to discern what lingers in the hidden depths, moving between the precise calculations of the empirical and the ineffable mysteries of the unknown. The worm challenges these investigations, flirting with the boundaries between observed phenomena and technicolor wonder. Though science endeavors to illuminate these shadowy corridors, a flexible openness lingers in the discourse. For some members of the scientific community, the allure of the undiscovered ignites an insatiable curiosity, often insisting that not all is known, that not every corner of our world is understood. It is this harmony between scientific exploration and the timeless allure of the mysterious that perpetuates the legend, urging the curious mind to wander a path where logic meets myth, where evidence skirts the edges of imagination. In this interwoven tapestry of belief and skepticism, the Lagerfliot worm persists as a symbol within the shared consciousness, echoing through the minds of dreamers and seekers alike. Its legend, whispered against the canvas of Iceland's stark beauty, invites us all to look beyond the confines of the visible, to contemplate the beauty held within a story untold. Here, in this Odin-favored corner of the world, the myth of the worm continues, enshrined by the eternal embrace of the aurorae, held close by a people committed to preserving the old mysteries that define their land and its culture. Nestled among the rugged peaks of the Argentine Andes, Nahuel Huapi Lake stirs with ancient whispers. The tale of Nahuelito, a creature of mystery and legend, enwhelms the waters in its enigmatic embrace. For centuries, this cryptic beast has intrigued those who wander to the lake's shores. Unlike fleeting shadows cast by the moon or stars glimmering across the night sky, Nahuelito's presence is said to linger in the tranquil yet foreboding air of Patagonia's heartland. Imagined by some as a relic of the deep past, a creature akin to a plesiosaur, Nahuelito embodies the duality of mystery and discovery, a symbol of the unexplored secrets of nature and the rich tapestry of folklore woven into Argentina's cultural fabric. Nahuel Huapi's depths conceal mysteries that transcend time, arousing curiosities that span generations. The whispers that echo across the water's surface depict a mosaic of intrigue. Historical naval reports tethered with recurring photographic attempts and eyewitness accounts. Nahuelito stands as more than a mere myth, a shadow play between cryptozoology and the spiritual legacies interwoven through the region's history. It speaks to a collective ancestral memory, resonating with humanity's enduring connection to water and the creatures that might dwell within its unknown expanses. Long before any European ventured into South America's terrain, the indigenous Mapuche tribes revered Lake Nahuel Huapi. They spoke of great creatures inhabiting its waters, guardians, perhaps, or omens demanding one's deepest respect. Nahuelito, to them, was not just a tale, but a cosmic balance, an aspect of the natural world that underscored their harmonious existence with Mother Earth. With colonial expansion, these indigenous whispers found prominence in written records, their stories melding with the curiosity of outsiders who dared to document the lake's mysteries. Explorers and settlers alike chronicled unexpected lake disturbances, infusing indigenous lore with Western fascination and ambition. This melding of cultural perspectives adds layers to Nahuel Huapi's allure, a whispering symbol bridging the mysticism of the past with the wonder of the unknown future. In the burgeoning light of the 20th century, Nahuelito emerged from the shadows into the public eye, the echoes of its legend finding roots in the ink of local presses. The stories captured imaginations, detailing serpentine forms that claimed dominion over the smooth lake surface, retelling tales of long necks and humps, breaking the calm waters as dawn lingered upon the horizon. These narratives spread quickly, stoking both fear and fascination in audiences who would recount them in the hushed tones of wonder and unease. A significant moment in Nahuelito's lore arrived in 1922, when purported photographs and testimonials stirred a media frenzy. Though grainy and elusive, these images tantalized imaginations worldwide, kindling comparisons to other legendary creatures such as Scotland's Nessie, and sewing Argentina's place into the quilt of global cryptozoological intrigue. Within the grand tapestry of explanations lies one particularly tantalizing thread: the plesiosaur hypothesis. Could Nahuelito be a surviving member of this ancient lineage, a tenacious denizen of primordial waters? With their long necks and paddle-like limbs, plesiosaurs evoke the very image depicted in countless sightings, yet such scientific musings spur contentious debate. This whimsical theory ignites the imagination, teasing a realm where species long considered extinct linger hidden from the modern gaze, thriving in isolated and remote habitats untouched by time. Though some dismiss these speculations due to a lack of concrete evidence, others insist upon the vast, hidden potential lurking beneath nature's veiled facade, where perhaps ancient times meet the present in regions unfathomed and indistinct. Nahuelito's enduring legend floats atop myriad eyewitness accounts. Fishermen, tourists, wanderers, all profess encounters with Patagonia's elusive giant. These anecdotes range from gentle disturbances on the water's unbroken surface to awe-inspiring revelations of the creature unfurling from the lake's depths. Consistent across these varying tales is a portrayal of Nahuelito as both elusive and profoundly tangible, at least to those who claim to have witnessed its emergence firsthand. In the retelling of these encounters, mystery blooms into a rich tapestry woven with awe and intrigue, shaping narratives that reveal more about humanity's interaction with the unfathomable than with the creature itself. Some speak of harmonious coexistence, of a creature more curious than menacing, while others recount echoes of primeval fear stirred by its majesty and veiled mystique. Nahuelito's enigma breathes life into each account, crafting a tale that dances along the boundary, dividing folklore from reality. Photography, while eternally incapable of seizing Nahuelito's essence, contributes to its ongoing mystery, as elusive images of long necks or gliding humps unfurl through the lenses of curious seekers. These photographs, debated and dissected, become puzzles that tease and enthrall, stirring fervent dialogue among the hopeful and the skeptic. Capturing definitive proof is a challenge shrouded in the unpredictable whims of timing and a lake's vastness. Nonetheless, these imperfect captures persist, emboldening the legend and spawning hope for eventual irrefutable discovery. Through each frame, rather than honed details of the creature itself, the narrative feeds on humanity's insatiable desire to document the extraordinary. In the modern age, Nahuelito transcends its origins, transforming into a cultural phenomenon that captivates imaginations within and beyond Argentina's borders. Documentaries and fictional adaptations strive to unveil the enigma, inviting new audiences to dive into the unfathomed depths of Patagonian wonder. These stories, imbued with science and legend intertwined, ripple across myriad platforms, ensuring an alluring and evolving tale attuned to the curiosities of those who pursue the extraordinary. This global media embrace furthers Nahuelito's place in the pantheon of cryptids, its tale echoing across cultures and landscapes as a bridge of shared fascination with the unknown. As we become ever more connected, Nahuelito's resonance extends far beyond local lore, enchanted inconsistencies inviting engagement anew, drawn between the echoes of history and the promised whispers of what may yet be uncharted. Nahuelito's inspiration writhes through the fibers of literature, inviting authors to navigate its labyrinthine mystery. Local scribes and international voices, enraptured by its enduring presence, craft stories that peel back layers of intrigue, exploring humanity's inherent longing for the sublime. Through these words, Nahuelito transforms, a metonym for the collective journey into the mysterious recesses of the soul. Such narratives traverse the boundaries of isolation and discovery, imbuing the legend with new emotions and questions that persist beyond the page. Standing astride the realm of imagination and scholarly pursuit, Nahuelito incites relentless scientific debate. Marine biologists and cryptozoologists ponder its plausibility, weighing physical constraints against scientific mindsets. Critics postulate that Nahuelito might be conventional aquatic life or a product of misinterpretation, yet an ongoing chord of curiosity vibrates through the scientific community, invigorated by discoveries of previously undocumented species hidden in remote corners of our world. The prospect of something undiscovered languishing beneath Nahuel Huapi propels some to continue their inquiry, contributing to a vast conversation on the marvels of biodiversity and life's hidden puzzles. Within this delicate balance of skepticism and wonder, Nahuelito's legend persists as a beacon to the uncharted. The ecological heartbeat of Nahuel Huapi itself beats within the rhythms of the legend, a natural tapestry of wonder and questions left unanswered. Converging ecosystems surround the lake with a charm that defies modern scrutiny. Its icy waters evoke an arcane allure, tempting imagination beyond human reach. Yet profound environmental attributes pose challenges to definitive proof, the lake's shadows and fluctuations nurturing whispers more than eyewitness accounts. Glacial melts or unusual currents could easily masquerade as aquatic apparitions. In its role as both enigma and sanctuary, Nahuel Huapi shelters the myth of Nahuelito, a space that invokes both awe at nature's capacities and the need for answers just out of reach. Nahuelito aligns with a storied legacy of aquatic monsters across the globe. This shared human penchant to drape nature in wonder and enigma, to ascribe to its waters creatures that defy belief, links cultures and echoes universal themes, the interplay of imagination with environment, the projection of archetypes across human experience. From mysterious contests in highland lochs to monstrous whispers on American lakefronts, these mutant creatures symbolize our shared orbit around the unknown, and Nahuelito persists as a link within this mystical chain, bridging the divide between reality and the faux laying before our gaze. Nahuelito's resonance dances beyond whispers and surfaces in vibrant cultural celebrations, a testament to regional vitality. Festivals honoring the lake's enigma coalesce around pride, joy, and mystery, enriching the mystique with traditional lore intertwined with contemporary festivities. Through these events, Nahuelito transitions into a symbol embraced by community identity, a vibrant celebration that recognizes the deep traditions while stirring the imaginations of attendees near and far. Within these festivals, enthusiasts gather to weave together stories past and present, retelling historic encounters, forging creative interpretations through art and storytelling that mark Nahuelito's enduring impact. As these celebrations flourish, Nahuelito emerges momentarily from the shadows, dramatizing the timeless interplay of myth and festivity, where cultural identity finds itself woven amongst tales filled with enchantment and exploration. Modern expeditions equipped with sonar sweep the lake's depths, part of a larger inquiry fueled by the allure of unlocking hidden secrets entwined with the Patagonian ether. Advanced technology provides insight into Nahuelito's resonance, mapping the lake's unseen contours, capturing elusive anomalies that offer glimpses into its expansive mystique. These sonic echoes spur deliberations, where speculative exercises meet with scientific scrutiny, trekking from conjecture into the realms of discovery's potential promise. Within these investigations lies the spirit of disciplined inquiry, lending hope for revelations yet concealed within the landscapes below. Year upon year, expeditions continue. Nahuelito's mystery is whispering in the darkened waters, each endeavor fueling the fervor of discovery. Teams armed with sonar and cameras push deeper, driven by the spirit to explore, challenged by the aquatic expanse and the myths it shelters. Every foray into the lake offers pieces of the puzzle, strengthening or challenging existing lore while keeping open the potential for new understanding. As humanity peers further into these waters, Nahuelito is drawn ever more intensely into our curiosity's embrace, promising a glimpse into the wealth of encrypted truths beneath the serene surface. The saga of Nahuelito threads through diverse realms, from cryptozoology to new biology and even philosophy, intersecting worlds of imagination and empirical inquiry. These interdisciplinary vistas illuminate Nahuelito's narrative, providing depth to its existence beyond simple legend. As scientists, storytellers, and explorers converge, bringing their perspectives to bear on this cryptid's tale, they illuminate novel pathways of thought that unite the echoes of nature with the subductions of wonder. By contextualizing Nahuelito within biology's detailed conversation with folklore, the dialogue blossoms into nuanced contemplation of the interplay between nature and narrative, unraveling previously untapped mysteries sheltered beneath the enigmatic surface of the lake. Nahuelito serves as a tapestry upon which symbolic interpretations are woven, a canvas inviting examination from all who dare to pick up the thread. Artists, philosophers, and writers roam its dimensions, reframing what it means to embody mystery through contemporary prisms. Its presence provokes reflection, kindling in the human psyche questions long spoken in whispers, echoing through themes of fear, confrontation, and reverence that reverberate within us all. Interpreting Nahuelito's essence truly honors what it stands for and invites discourse. Does it symbolize something concealed within us, a reflection of the unexplored facets of our own identity? With each interpretation, the cultural thread invites ever new dialogues to emerge, each response a pirouette of Nahuelito's silent reverberation, as the legend, with timeless perception, returns us to considerations of mystery itself. The preservation of Nahuel Huapi guards its ecological integrity, a cause as fervent and as deeply rooted in its myth as the legend of Nahuelito. Advocacy for the lake's biodiversity mirrors the desires to sustain and honor its cultural myths. By promoting ecological harmony and protecting fertile ground for Nahuelito's tale, conservation efforts forge a union between myth and reality, where the lake's captivating enigma invites travelers and adventurers alike. As conservation movements advocate for responsible interaction, they ensure Nahuelito's tale echoes longest beyond the shimmer of its waters, nurturing this Patagonian mystery to forever linger in time's endless arch. Extending beyond lone whispers, Nahuelito intertwines with a pantheon of aquatic legends, its own narrative shaped by threads woven through the shared imagination of humanity. As tales pervade across cultures, Nahuelito aligns with these narratives, revealing the age-old wisdom contained within such myths. Though bound by geography, its legacy inspires us to draw upon these stories, culling the harmony of nature's mythology in concert with our enduring fascination with the fantastic. Parallels between universal cryptids lend Nahuelito context, yet within each lies a unique narrative that enriches the larger tapestry spun by those poised on the brink of the mystical unknown. Ultimately, Nahuelito embodies identity, rooted in myth's profound connection to comfort within the unsolved. Part of Patagonia's living narrative, its story acts as a conduit for individual significance, a lifeline bridging past and future, myth and lived experience. In personal corridors tenderly illuminated by its mythos, Nahuelito's narratives evoke the unconventional bridges within resilience and dreams. As Nahuel Huapi's cultural heart beats in tandem with legend, Nahuelito exemplifies a personal journey entrenched in symbolism, a testament to the cultural interplay between mind and mystery, where resilience and wonder flow together. The stories loom larger than life, connected at once to memories and to ever-expanding constellations of exploration, uniting all who listen across the ages in Nahuelito's echoing soliloquy. In the heart of the Canadian prairie lies Lake Manitoba, vast and serene, yet cloaked in the whispers of ancient mystery. Its waters, expansive and elusive, hold tales that flicker like shadows beneath the surface. Among these tales is that of Manipogo, the enigmatic lake creature that has slipped through the nets of certainty, evading the limits of human understanding. It is a creature born of both whisper and awe, a legend that haunts the fringes of clarity. Indigenous stories and later colonial accounts weave together a tapestry that beckons the curious as if inviting them into a trance of wonder and reflection. As we traverse these waters through narrative, we are drawn into a silent dance between legend and reality, reminding us that the unknown often dwells in places where we least anticipate. The genesis of Manipogo's legend serves as a mirror to societal transformations, revealing a picture of how regional lore merges with the tides of change. With European settlers pressing into the heart of Canada, they encountered not merely a land of promise, but a confluence of enigmatic tales shared by those who had long revered these waters. Manipogo emerged as a bridge, uniting ancient narratives with the inquisitiveness of a modern world. The indigenous peoples of this land had long whispered of a great presence beneath Lake Manitoba's depths, stories surviving through the ages like stones made smooth by water over time. These tales, passed down through generations, reflect a vision of the world where nature and the supernatural are bound in an intricate dance. Within these stories, Mokèlé-mbèmbé is not only a creature to be feared or revered, but embodies wisdom, offering warnings to those who venture into the unknown. They are not mere fanciful retellings, but are woven with the threads of guidance, anchoring generations to their lands and legends. Among the rippling currents of colonial expansion, Western explorers encountered these myths, adding their voices to the narrative chorus. They sketched their intrigue in journals, shaping tales that expanded the creature's legend beyond its indigenous origin. Within these interactions, Mokèlé-mbèmbé morphed into a canvas where skepticism and wonder coexisted amidst the scientific discourse of the Western mind. Eager to catalog the wild unknowns, these settlers found themselves entranced by myths that persisted despite their yearning for clarity. The 20th century saw a surge in sightings, each account further entwining with the lore. Fishermen, vacationers, and locals alike echoed their encounters with something solemn rising from the depths. Mokèlé-mbèmbé played the part of both guardian and mystery, a muse inciting imaginations to soar. With photography and film, humanity embarked upon a quest to snatch a glimpse of the elusive specter. Yet every attempt fell into the shadow of doubt, leaving the lore both intensified and secure in its own elusiveness. Even as the silhouette of Mokèlé-mbèmbé graced screens in books and documentaries, our fascination refused to wane, reaching outwards beyond the borders of Manitoba, wherever signals from screens could reach. In these digital forms, Mokèlé-mbèmbé became a symbol, a banner for the mysteries that dwell beneath unnoticed surfaces, stirring thought and stoking the fires of exploration. The resonance of Mokèlé-mbèmbé within these stories speaks to a deeper connection, a craving for the undiscovered truths that define the margins of our world. The pursuit of this mysterious creature has inspired an array of expeditions to the depths of Lake Manitoba. Equipped with sonar, cameras, and fervor, both professional and amateur ventures embark on this quest with persistence remarkable as the legends themselves. Despite advanced technology, the truth about Mokèlé-mbèmbé remains tantalizingly out of reach, a mirage flitting through the scientific endeavor. These efforts, however, do not merely seek discovery. They walk the delicate line between science and myth, honoring the long-standing stories while pushing at the boundaries of what we know. The whispers of skepticism suggest natural phenomena shape these myths. Ripples of waves, logs adrift upon the surface, interpretations that frame a simpler understanding of these waters. The explanation attempts to etch a rational edge upon the fantastical, grounding the stories in observation tempered by quiet realism. Yet this reasoned discourse remains at odds with the fervent testimonies of those who swear upon their glimpses of the uncanny. Cryptozoologists contend that within the legend of Mokèlé-mbèmbé lies a possibility, a creature existing just out of reach, perhaps a relic of times long past, echoing like the echoes of a plesiosaur sculpted by time's hand. Herein lies the allure of cryptozoology, the pursuit not only of creatures whispered in the quiet corners of the world, but the invitation to question, to venture beyond defined boundaries into territories unmapped by conventional science. While contentious, this field delivers a perspective that expands our dialogue beyond the comfortably known, forming a network of thought that transcends the mundane and calls into question our perceptions of reality. For the people of Manitoba, Mokèlé-mbèmbé is not simply an entity within the lake's depths, but has become an integral part of cultural identity. It graces festivals, its form winds through folklore, enlivening modern celebrations as it once did campfires in the past. Merchants craft tales in physical forms, inviting tourists to share the mystery and to partake in sightings along the lake's edges. Here, Monipogo embodies not just narrative or legend, but is interwoven into the social and cultural tapestry of the region. While myths such as Ogopogo and Champ, they also serve as focal points for community identity and cohesion. Their tales support both cultural integrity and continuity, aiding communities in navigating change and grounding themselves in a sense of place cultivated over years and generations. In an age of constant flux and individuality, Monipogo offers a sense of shared exploration and belonging, an enduring epitome of narrative power connecting the modern moment to stories born of mist-laden yesterdays. The presence of Monipogo takes our imaginations further into the speculations and questions that surround evolutionary theories. Some envision the creature as an echo of bygone epochs, a survivor of ages cloaked in shadow, whispering to us across the waters of time. It poses a tantalizing question. Within these ancient waters, might ancient forms yet persist, their shapes weaving themselves into the narratives of the observant human eye? Nature acknowledges the mysteries of its own making, and the possibility of such reclusive forms reflects the vastness of nature's unseen chronicle. Within the enigmatic, we find the space where humans have always posed questions that urge diving deeper into the unknown. The stories of Monipogo invite us to grasp the limitless horizons that remain undiscovered, recognizing that within these tales of the unknown lie seeds from which our curiosity blossoms and spurs technological and philosophical evolution. In these narratives rests the intriguing paradox of mystery fueling knowledge, urging humanity ever onward, propelled by the perpetual allure of what might yet await discovery. Our search for creatures like Monipogo is tempered by the ethical implications that accompany such curiosity. As we delve into the depths of Lake Manitoba, considerations must be made for the delicate web of life within its waters. This interplay of exploration and respect acknowledges the need for balance between human curiosity and the preservation of the planet's natural sanctuaries. Scientific inquiry, while necessary, must be approached with care and conscious intent to minimize disturbances and ensure longevity for the ecosystems explored. The exploration of cryptids impacts society in multifaceted ways, extending beyond mere folklore into the realms of the economic and the communal. As local myths attract curiosity from beyond, they nourish local economies, inviting tourism that, in turn, inspires more robust prospects and growth. In the heartbeat of festive gatherings and community rituals, people find commonality and identity woven from shared stories and collective wonder, cultivating pride and reinforcing heritage. Here, Monipogo resides as a timeless symbol, a reminder of narrative's power in shaping how we connect with and celebrate our world. Through the lens of scientific investigation, the mysteries housed within lake ecosystems reveal a complex narrative of life, entwining species with habitat across countless interconnections. Unveiling the secrets of such habitats provides insight into the delicate balances that sustain life and embolden our stewardship efforts. Monipogo, a creature of legend within a lake of life, reminds us of the complexity and beauty encapsulated within these overlooked abyssal geographies. As we tread respectfully through stories once sacred to Indigenous communities, we acknowledge the broader conversations these myths foster regarding cultural appropriation and sensitivity. The reclamation and respectful sharing of these stories honor their source, ensuring that the past is acknowledged and the origins respected within an increasingly globalized world. Each retelling becomes a consideration, a choice to cherish the root from which the myth sprang, and to honor the legacy embedded within its form. So end our wanderings through the mystery of Mnipago, a glimpse into the liminal space where legend and life meet, allowing the currents to carry us through the realms of possibility and reflection. Here, in the tranquility of the narrative's embrace, we halt our quest with a mindful view towards the world around us, enriched by the tapestry of stories that nourish the human spirit and bind us to the unfathomable mystery that flows within the depths of our imaginations. In the misty veils of New Zealand's history and culture, the Taniwha emerge not just as mythical creatures, but as powerful symbols deeply woven into the spiritual and natural tapestry of Maori life. These enigmatic beings, taking serpentine or crocodilian forms, have long been the focus of awe and reverence, defining a unique blend of mythos and mysticism. For the Maori, the Taniwha are far more than mere cryptids lingering at the fringes of fear. They are revered guardians, intricate embodiments of the dynamic interplay between the land and its people. With a presence that echoes through time, they navigate the liminal spaces between that which is seen and that which remains invisibly powerful, influencing the rivers, lakes, and oceans they inhabit. The stories of the Taniwha ripple through the folklore and collective consciousness of the Maori, inspiring a palette of emotions that ranges from respect and curiosity to caution and awe. Unlike the monstrous entities of other cultures, whose terror reigns unchecked, the Taniwha are viewed with a complex duality, both protectors and unpredictable forces of nature. They embody dual qualities that serve to underscore a central tenet of Maori cosmology: the delicate balance of creation. Water, the very lifeblood of existence, also harbors the potential for destruction, much like the Taniwha themselves. This intricate interplay of potential and peril has fostered a deep-seated reverence among the Maori, a reverence mirrored in rituals, stories, and songs that immortalize these spectral entities as guardians of natural power beyond human dominion. The legends entwining the Taniwha's origin reveal a profound cultural heritage, where symbolism holds the keys to worlds both seen and unseen. According to these ancient narratives, the emergence of the Taniwha coincided with the arrival of the first Maori ancestors to the lands of Aotearoa. These ancestors were guided by the spirits of the Taniwha, who were considered real and potent entities, a crucial part of the social and ecological fabric rather than mere figments of imagination. Their roles as ancestral guardians who protected, guided, and sometimes even reshaped the destinies of those first voyagers encapsulates the profound sense of connection the Maori feel towards their aquatic kin. For each Taniwha was said to have arrived alongside the waka, the great canoes that cut through the vastness of the Pacific to reach these verdant shores. Across the expanse of New Zealand, each iwi, or tribe, keeps within its heart stories of the Taniwha, nuanced variations that reflect the diversity within Maori society. While the Ngai Tahu of the south might weave tales distinct from those of the Ngati Watwa in the north, the underlying message remains the same. The Taniwha are storied symbols of power and protection, commanding respect across tribal lands. These layered myths, held within the oral traditions across generations, reveal a profound cosmology where the boundaries between nature and the supernatural blur, enabling a worldview that appreciates the interconnectedness of all things. In the eyes of the Maori, the Taniwha continue to flourish as embodiments of a seamless timeline from past to present, guardians who offer continuity through the river of heritage. Their roles have expanded beyond ancient myth to become critical symbols in contemporary environmental discussions and the fight for Indigenous rights. As guardians of waterways, they have come to represent the struggles and triumphs of those advocating for environmental preservation. Through their stories, Maori communities continue to draw strength and inspiration, approaching their heritage with a holistic respect that honors the divine in nature while grappling with modern dilemmas. Modern debates concerning land and resources frequently invoke the name of the Taniwha, serving as a spiritual axis around which discussions of governance and policy turn. These majestic beings, sometimes dismissed by outsiders as mere relics of myth, hold a revered place within the Maori worldview. They are living, breathing partners in discourse, their presence at the negotiating table a reminder of the enduring bond between the people and the land. Such intersections of sacred tradition and societal progress highlight the adaptive nature of Maori culture, reflecting an ongoing dialogue that balances tradition with the calls of the present. By sharing and upholding the legacy of the Taniwha, Maori communities reaffirm their responsibility to both land and lore, safeguarding their sanctity for future generations. Entrenched in their hearts, the spiritual resonance of the Taniwha continues to influence the Maori's approach to the natural world. Encountering these entities is a journey through thresholds of time, where their stories provide a spiritual compass for navigating the modern world. Within each flowing river or rippling ocean current, there lies a reminder of the Taniwha's enduring presence, mysteries of the ancient world that continue to captivate the Maori imagination. These stories, alive and dynamic, illustrate how the Taniwha, like the waters they rule, offer continuity, a timeless connection that binds the present to the profound echoes of the ancestors. As the swells of this narrative continue to crest, one comes to see how the Taniwha's stories transcend the mere telling of myths. They whisper of the divine breath within nature, reminding the modern listener of the need to preserve and respect the fragile earth upon which we tread. In both quiet eddies and roaring waterfalls, the Taniwha weave their legacy, a spectral testament to the enduring interconnectedness of all life. Thus, in exploring these stories, the listener too becomes a part of the great narrative river that flows ever onward, a river that carries with it echoes of spirit guardians who are never far from view. In the ancient landscapes of Australia, where rivers snake through land as old as time itself, whisperings of the Bunyip have long lingered, casting a shadow across the collective imagination. These mystical tales, rooted deeply in Aboriginal folklore, speak of a creature that inhabits the creeks, swamps, and billabongs, a beast described with a medley of animalistic features, perhaps part crocodile, part mammal, its eyes glowing and its cries a haunting echo that lingers through the night air. Indigenous Australians have preserved these stories through oral tradition, weaving narratives rich with a creature that was not merely a fiction, but a presence to be feared and respected. As European settlers set foot on Australian soil in the 19th century, they too became enthralled by these enigmatic stories, intertwining them with tales of their encounters and explorations. The Bunyip, to them, became a symbol of the wild and untamed bush, a land of alien nature full of secrets and shadows. As settlers expanded across the continent, Their encounters with unexplained disturbances in remote waterways only fueled the growing lore, birthing new chapters in the story of the Bunyip. Fossil discoveries, revealing the bones of creatures like the Diprotodon, massive marsupials that once roamed the land, added a layer of intriguing realism to these myths. Could these ancient beasts have inspired the legends, their essence lingering in Aboriginal memory? Settlers' tales of encounters with the Bunyip swept through colonial newspapers, each account a brushstroke in the vivid picture of Australia's mysterious wilderness. The creatures' descriptions varied widely, from long-necked beings bearing heads akin to emus to creatures with faces reminiscent of dogs and bodies with flippers. These narratives, swirling and shifting, blended the fear of the unknown with a fascination for the strange, capturing the imagination of both the curious and the cautious. For the colonists, the Bunyip epitomized the unknowns of new terrain, a haunting reminder of the vast and unexplored land they sought to tame. Artists and writers, lured by the allure of the Bunyip, gifted it form through their creations. Some portrayed it as a serene water spirit, while others rendered it as a menacing beast, contributing to the kaleidoscope of its legend. These artworks, vibrant watercolors and intricate engravings, propelled the Bunyip from mere myth into a visual narrative that reached beyond its origins. The creature became a mirror reflecting societal fears or values of the time, an embodiment of humanity's fear of the unknown and respect for nature's might. To the Aboriginal people, however, the Bunyip is more than a creature of legend. It holds spiritual significance, embodying essential teachings about the natural world. The Bunyip stands as a guardian of water sources, a powerful reminder of the connection between land and life. For the Indigenous communities, the stories serve to emphasize balance, respect, and the interconnectedness of all things, essential elements for survival in Australia's often unforgiving environment. By embracing the duality of the Bunyip as both protector and avenger, Aboriginal cultures highlight a profound understanding of ecological systems and spiritual balance. The lore of the Bunyip found a tangible counterpart in the fossilized remains that emerged from Australia's earth. When the bones of enormous creatures surfaced, they stirred the imagination and speculation of naturalists and cryptozoologists alike. Could these remnants of bygone eras have sparked the enduring tales of the Bunyip, providing a scientific grounding for what was once deemed pure myth? The blurred lines between legend and reality fostered a dialogue between science and storytelling, suggesting that beneath the layers of folklore lay a memory of ancient life. Eyewitness accounts, varied and numerous, have kept the tale of the Bunyip vibrant through the centuries. In the 1800s, reports of sightings filled newspapers, each adding another layer to the enigmatic creature's story. Accounts often depicted a large, seal-like being lurking in rivers and swamps, its form both feared and revered. Despite their variability, these reports evoke a shared cultural narrative of something beyond comprehension, challenging skeptics who dismiss them as hallucinations or mistaken identities. To dismiss them entirely is to disregard the careful thread of shared experience that weaves through Australian history. The stage upon which the Bunyip moves is one of unparalleled natural beauty and mystery. Australia's vast network of creeks and swamps forms a stage shrouded in mist and dense foliage, a perfect setting for tales of lurking water beasts. These remote regions invite the imagination to flourish, fueled by the sounds of native wildlife and the soul-stirring solitude of nature. The Bunyip emerges as an embodiment of the lands it inhabits, pristine and uncharted, a symbol of both the wonders and the terrors of the natural world. Literature and culture have celebrated the Bunyip, from children's tales to works of horror, transforming it from an Aboriginal legend to a national narrative. It serves as a bogeyman and a symbol of humanity's complex relationship with the untamed world. Authors have reimagined it in stories of adventure and humor, ensuring its legacy within the fabric of Australian life. Beyond local tales, the Bunyip has become a character within global fantasy fiction, its mystery resonating with universal themes of fear and intrigue. Psychologically, the Bunyip taps into the early settlers' tension with the New World's unpredictability. It represents the enormity of the land and its untamed elements, encapsulating fear and admiration for a wilderness beyond human control. Yet, socially, it acts as a bridge between cultures, a vessel for shared storytelling and understanding. Reflecting on these narratives encourages a dialogue between Aboriginal and settler knowledge, science, and belief, enhancing collective insight into the land's stories. Today, the Bunyip finds its place within modern popular culture, evolving through television, film, and music. It fascinates audiences with portrayals that mix horror and humor, rooted in folklore while embracing contemporary sensibilities. The creature stands as a reflection of Australia's enigmatic wild spaces, a symbol within the nation's cultural identity, continuously shaped and reshaped by time's passage. Scientific inquiry has not shied away from the Bunyip, probing its myth with skepticism and curiosity. Researchers dig into environmental explanations, considering how native animals or unusual phenomena might inspire Bunyip stories. Skeptics point to the absence of empirical evidence, yet even in doubt, they recognize the cultural richness the Bunyip embodies. It serves as a testament to humanity's need to explore the unknown, a narrative that challenges scientific understanding and embraces the power of myth. An exploration of water cryptids worldwide reveals intriguing parallels and contrasts with the Bunyip. Like Scotland's Nessie or Canada's Ogopogo, the Bunyip inhabits a world of mystery and legend. These beasts share common themes of fear and hidden realms, but each holds unique cultural significance rooted in their landscapes. The Bunyip, through the lens of Aboriginal spirituality, reflects elements distinct to its Australian environment, contributing to a universal desire to explore the deeper mysteries of life. Expeditions to uncover more about the Bunyip persevere. Driven by scientific inquiry and technological advances, researchers venture into Australia's remote waterways, seeking answers that might unlock the secrets of this elusive myth. Yet, as much as they seek proof of existence, their journey embodies a deeper pursuit: the exploration of cultural narratives that enrich our understanding of Australia's past and present. The educational potential of the Bunyip legend offers rich insights into environmental and cultural studies. It becomes a portal through which students can explore biodiversity, Indigenous cultures, and colonial history, nurturing a bridge between myth and reality. Museums and cultural centers celebrate the Bunyip through stories and exhibits, fostering appreciation for Australia's cultural pluralism and ecological diversity. As an educational tool, the Bunyip inspires interdisciplinary learning and values that promote preservation and understanding. As with many legends, the Bunyip's tale varies across Australia, reflecting regional differences in landscape and culture. Aboriginal communities imbue their own local truths into the Bunyip narrative, each interpretation enriched by unique environmental conditions. These variations amplify the creature's myth, entwining cultural identity with ecological understanding, showcasing a dynamic and multifaceted story of the land. In an arena of environmental philosophy, the Bunyip challenges humanity to reflect on its relationship with nature. It dramatizes the interplay of fear and respect, posing questions of stewardship and balance in a world where ecological harmony is ever more critical. Indigenous stories emphasize sustainability and environmental ethics, inviting reflection on how ancient wisdom can guide modern conservation efforts. As an emblem of the natural world's profound mysteries, the Bunyip continues to inspire deeper environmental awareness. The Bunyip also serves as a remarkable example of cross-cultural syncretism, blending Aboriginal, colonial, and modern narratives. This convergence of myth reveals how legends adapt across cultures and time, reflecting shifting worldviews and values. Through oral tradition, storytellers preserve and transform the myth, ensuring its relevance while channeling ancestral wisdom. The fluidity of these traditions highlights mythology's enduring strength as they evolve to meet the needs of new generations. A survivor of time's passage, the Bunyip remains a cultural beacon within Australia, a testimony to resilience and the unending allure of mystery. As it endures through stories and art, the Bunyip connects past traditions to contemporary identity, revealing how myth continues to engage, inspire, and unite people across time and space. Its journey through the ages underscores the enduring power of story within the human experience, forever entwined with the shadows of the unknown. In the heart of the American West, where mountains embrace the sky and the wind carries whispers of ancient times, lies Bear Lake, nestled between Utah and Idaho. This place, with its breathtaking azure waters glistening in the sun, harbors a tale that has meandered through centuries, born on the breath of both natives and settlers, each perpetuating the legend of the Bear Lake monster. The Shoshone and northern Paiute tribes, whose connections to the land are woven with the threads of time, spoke of a spectral serpent that called the lake its home. In their stories, the beast was not merely a creature of flesh and bone, but a guardian of the waters and a harbinger of changes, a presence that ebbed and flowed with the lake's own life-giving cycle. As European settlers ventured westward in the mid-19th century, they became enchanted by these indigenous narratives. Pioneer tales adapted the monster into their own cultural tapestry, a symbol of the untamed frontier that both terrified and intrigued. Newspapers, such as the renowned Deseret News, published vivid accounts by Joseph C. Rich, a prominent newspaperman whose words painted pictures of a monstrous serpentine figure that dwelled in both water and on land. His tales spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations and luring adventurous souls eager to witness the wonders of this remote corner of the world. Whether fueled by genuine encounters or clever enticements to draw settlers, these stories entrenched the Bear Lake monster in the cultural consciousness of a nation captivated by the mysteries of uncharted lands. Throughout the years, the narrative of the Bear Lake monster grew richer and more varied, weaving itself into a fabric that continued to capture the interest not only of locals, but also of seekers from far and wide. The endearing yet elusive presence of the creature was etched into the journals of explorers and the folklore shared around campfires. Modern eyewitness accounts embellish this narrative, with their descriptions broad and varied, defying simple categorization. They speak of a creature with serpentine grace, undulating with the lake's gentle waves before vanishing into its depths. These sightings often occur in the still, quiet corners of the lake, at hours when the mundane world sleeps and the veil between the seen and the unseen is at its thinnest. In this digital era, tales of the Bear Lake monster find new life as eyewitnesses share their experiences on global platforms, their words and images reaching a curious audience hungry for the mysterious. Personal recording devices have documented what many believe to be evidence of the creature's existence, yet skeptics are quick to offer explanations steeped in the natural. Misidentifications of wildlife, optical illusions, and playful wind seem reasonable, yet the faithful persist, hoping for that one undeniable glimpse that will transform belief into certainty. Bear Lake itself is a place of otherworldly beauty, its geography lending weight to the legends blossoming around it. Stretching over 109 square miles, this body of water is a captivating shade of blue, a hue imparted by limestone particles that catch the light and scatter its essence. With depths exceeding 200 feet, the lake conceals ridges and chasms within its waters, spaces where enigmatic life could flourish, hidden from all but the most discerning of eyes. The continued allure of such geographical uniqueness lies not just in its visual splendor, but in the possibility of concealed wonders that may dwell beneath its rippling surface. The conundrum of the Bear Lake monster invites scientific scrutiny, a dance between skepticism and belief that fuels relentless inquiry. Researchers have scoured the lake with sonar and cameras, seeking proof that remains tantalizingly elusive. Without evidence to anchor the legend in the realm of the factual, alternative theories abound. Cognitive psychology may explain the phenomenon through pareidolia, the human urge to impose patterns on the unknown, to find essence in the ephemeral. Yet, despite scientific detachment, the narrative persists, richer and more vibrant for having been examined through both empirical and anecdotal lenses. Myth and reality converge in the living narrative of Bear Lake, a tale that offers more than fascination. It extends a hand to those seeking adventure and wonder. Local economies thrive on this shared history, branding themselves with images of the creature and inviting visitors to partake in festivities that celebrate the enigma. Guided tours and myriad celebrations arise, each event another chapter in this ongoing story whose blending of fact and folklore attracts countless pilgrims each year, drawn not just by the promise of discovery, but by the sense of belonging to something greater, a mystery shared by generations. Culturally, the Bear Lake monster stands as a testament to enduring tradition, linking communities to their surroundings and to one another, a bridge from the past to the future. Its image graces institutions, inspires artists, and sees its myth retold through various creative expressions, from painting to prose to song. The cryptid serves not only as a guardian of nature's enigmas, but also as a muse that breathes life into the work of those who dare to dream. Across the globe, echoes of the Bear Lake monster's tale reverberate, resounding with similar stories of serpents and specters rising from tranquil waters. From the depths of Loch Ness to the silent reaches of the Okanagan, these legends speak a shared language of the human imagination, unveiling our unquenchable thirst to understand what lies just beyond our grasp. The interwoven threads of these myths reveal humanity's roots in the storytelling tradition, each legend a reflection of the natural world shrouded in mystery, a mirror to our own desire for discovery. In this modern age, media and popular culture embrace the Bear Lake monster, ensuring its place in a panoply of fantastic narratives. The creature's story is retold, adapted, and expanded across multiple platforms, inviting new audiences to lose themselves in its depths. Film and literature blur the lines of credulity, fashioning tales that span genres, reflecting society's ongoing fascination with the intersection of reality and myth. Within realms of artistic exploration, the Bear Lake monster becomes a canvas upon which dreams can manifest. Writers craft stories that blend realism and wonder, while visual artists capture its imagined visage, part terror and elegance, a creature that dances between known and unknown. Each brushstroke and each word serves to enrich the collective tapestry, ensuring that the legend of Bear Lake remains vital, flexible, and enduring. In the quietude of the natural world, surrounded by the whispers of leaves and the breath of the lake, one can ponder the nature of belief that fuels this legend. Cryptid psychology explores our need to believe, to perceive beyond the visible, and to navigate the darkness with a light born from within. It is a narrative of the unknown, of chaotic beauty and hidden truths waiting to be discovered, where humanity's fascination with monsters speaks equally to the fear of the unknown and the allure of discovery. Entangled with lore, aquatic cryptozoology studies what might be, exploring waters that hide creatures ancient and yet to be recognized by science. Within the depths, the undisclosed promise of new species challenges our understanding, energizing both scientific inquiry and speculative imagination. Enthusiastic exploration weaves cautious optimism with endless wonder, each examination of the waters one step closer to piercing the veil of cryptic life. Considerations extend beyond folklore to the ecology of Bear Lake, where ecosystems throng with life, both known and imagined, thriving within a delicate balance. Exploration reveals the complexities of the environment, each species a testament to nature's adaptability and resilience. These insights foster appreciation and demand reflection on how humanity interacts with worlds concealed beneath the waves. The socio-cultural currents of Bear Lake resonate through time, its narratives shaping local identities and fostering stronger communities. These stories, catalyzed by the human spirit, transcend geographic boundaries, illustrating shared influences and collective traditions that form the backdrop to a landscape draped in mystery. Cryptids like the Bear Lake monster symbolize more than themselves. They represent an engagement with the past and a dialogue with the future. In the heart of Bear Lake lies the ongoing dance of fact and myth, where science and imagination uphold a delicate balance, each fueling the other in their quest for understanding. Scholars and adventurers, skeptics and believers, all find common ground in the exploration of this cryptid, invigorating the narrative with their questioning spirit. Here, amid the confluence of light and shadow, the legend of the Bear Lake monster endures, a testament to enduring mystery and eternal wonder. In the quiet depths of Southeast Asia's shimmering tapestry, where the Mekong River winds its serpentine way through lush lands and ancient cities, extraordinary myths breathe life into the waters. These tales are embodied in the enigmatic Phaya Nak, mythical serpent guardians revered for generations. As timeless as the rivers flow, these benevolent entities are celebrated in Thai folklore, their spiritual essence weaving through the cultural fabric of the region. Unlike the shadowy cryptids of Western lore, Phaya Nak are aglow with a mystic grace, regarded as sanctified protectors rather than menacing wraiths. Drawing from the spiritual wells of Theravada Buddhism, Naga creatures are central to the region's identity, cradled in the whispers of the Mekong's quiet glide. The people, settled along the riverbanks, speak of seeing colossal serpents cresting the water's surface at dawn, their forms fleeting yet magnificent under the misty veils of morning. This intricate dance between belief and experience transcends mere legend, transforming Phaya Nak into a living presence, as much a part of the river as the currents themselves. As devotees gather in vibrant festivals, they offer tributes to these mythical beings, seeking blessings and safeguarding against potential misfortunes and affirming their place in the community's spiritual continuum. The origins of Phaya Nak are deeply entrenched in narratives nurtured by Thailand and Laos, old tales cast like stones into the depths of memory. These serpents, ancient and wise, are said to dwell in the shadows of the Mekong, emerging at twilight to guide the fate of those who inhabit its shores. Bedtime stories recount their heroic interventions, warding off the dark, malevolent forces that seek to disrupt nature's harmony. Through these oral traditions, passed with reverence from older to younger generations, the sagas of Phaya Nak carry beyond the mundane, inviting listeners into a realm where wisdom and magic intermingle. These stories' allegorical nature offers moral frameworks, prompting virtue and respect for the environment. As these tales are woven into cultural consciousness, they connect individuals to their heritage, cultivating a collective identity rooted in both mythology and ecological stewardship. In the timeless dance of the narrative, Phaya Nak remains a constant, reminding us of humanity's intertwined legacy with the natural and the supernatural. One of the most fascinating elements of the Phaya Nak mythology is the Mekong fireball phenomenon. Each October, along the river's bank, thousands gather to witness glowing orbs rise silently from the water, ascending gracefully into the night. These Naga fireballs, as they are locally known, infuse the air with a sense of wonder and reverence, attributed to the mystical activity of Phaya Nak during the Buddhist Lent's end. The palpable spirituality of the event draws not only onlookers, but believers seeking glimpses of the numinous, where the veil between the seen and unseen thins momentarily. The scientific community, in its quest for understanding, has proposed various explanations: marsh gas combustion, bioluminescent activity. Yet none have fully captured the majestic allure of this phenomenon. For believers, the fireballs remain ethereal testaments to the Phaya Nak's enigmatic existence, tangible traces of the celestial woven into earthly matters. As science grapples with explanations, the mystery of the fireballs continues to straddle the edges of myth and reality, where the material and the mystical embrace. The Naga Fireball Festivals are a testament to how deeply rooted the Phaya Nak myth is within the cultural heartlands of the Thai people. These vibrant celebrations, held during the full moon of the 11th lunar month, are a spotlight shining on the community's spiritual bond with the Mekong. Marked by joy and anticipation, festivals celebrate the Phaya Nak's imagined presence, culminating in the awe-inspiring observation of the fireball display. Here, the confluence of ritual and revelry underscores a profound connection to traditional narratives, reinforcing a cultural continuum that binds past and present into a harmonious whole. At these festivals, the air hums with chants and incense, merging the physical and spiritual into an inseparable unity. Participants engage in merit-making activities, offering prayers and gifts to honor the Phaya Nak, seeking prosperity and spiritual protection. Beyond the perfunctory acts of homage, these gatherings nurture community spirit, preserving ancestral lore and fostering cultural exchange. They serve as bridges linking the familiar rituals with the world beyond, ensuring that the sacred traditions thrive, safeguarded against the sweeping tides of modern change. In the spiritual architecture of Thailand and Laos, artistic representations of the Naga play transformative roles. Across temple landscapes, these revered serpents writhe across frescoes and sloops, their imposing figures a stalwart reminder of the mystical forces guarding sacred spaces. Naga imagery symbolizes protection, fertility, and blessing, adorning temple gatehouses with protective grace and warding off malevolent spirits. They serve symbolically as intermediaries, bridging the realms, their charged presence offering assurances of safety within the temple precincts. Such iconography is more than decorative. It is a vibrant language woven into the spiritual narratives of these lands. Serpentine figures, guardians who greet believers upon temple entry, embody both history and mythological narrative, anchoring timeless stories. Through these visual stories, the Naga reflect a deeper spiritual truth, a reverence for the unseen forces that shape our lived experience. For devotees, engaging with such depictions keeps alive the ancestral connections that bind past and present, nurturing faith and cultural continuity within each glimpse at those spiraled forms. Even as skeptics strive to delineate the boundaries of myth and reality, the allure of Phaya Nak beckons with unsolved mysteries. Their presence stirs curiosity beyond the mystical, prompting questions from the curious about the foundations of these storied waters. Within scientific circles, the Mekong's fireball phenomenon has catalyzed inquiry, leading to hypotheses that seek to decode its mysteries. Yet, despite these diligent efforts, a comprehensive explanation remains elusive, allowing the mystique of Phaya Nak to endure. The captivating yoke of certainty and wonder entwines with the realm of the unknown, where the legends of Phaya Nak flourish irrespective of empirical validations. Their tale reaffirms a space where rationality and the numinous coexist, each illuminating different facets of the human longing for understanding. As explorers attempt to demystify, the legends of Phaya Nak challenge conventional narratives, encouraging a broader engagement with the infinite possibilities beyond mere reason. In this tenebrous interplay of fact and fanciful tale, a broader truth emerges, whispering of a world beyond what is seen or explained. In contemporary culture, Phaya Nak endures as a symbol of cultural pride and identity, transcending their mythical lineage. Within modern media, they are heroes and harbingers, bridging the boundaries between ancient legend and present culture. Through film and literature, narratives weaving the Phaya Nak myth continue to evoke exploration of universal themes: struggle, redemption, and the quest for harmony within life's tumult. Their enduring presence serves as a cultural bridge, ensuring the legacy of traditional myths remains intact in a rapidly changing world. Such narratives celebrate their roots, infusing modern interpretation while acknowledging the timelessness of ancient themes. The Phaya Nak's adaptability to evolving artistic expressions demonstrates their lasting significance and ability to continue inspiring reverence and introspection. For those who call the Mekong home, the Phaya Nak's myth points to a deeper ecological understanding, capturing the delicate weave of nature's intricate patterns. The river itself, a lifeline to many, harbors within its expansive tapestry a world of flora and fauna nourished by its flowing body. Phaya Nak, as guardians of the Mekong, symbolize this symbiotic relationship, their myth reinforcing the necessity for ecological vigilance woven into the spiritual traditions of its peoples. As cultural and spiritual guardians, Phaya Nak reflects an early recognition of environmental stewardship's significance. The symphony of nature embodied in these myths presciently calls for harmonious living with the river, foreshadowing modern discourses on conservation and sustainability. As symbols nestled within this sacred riverine ecology, they inspire, invoking the preservation of their ancestral terrains. Phaya Nak exists at a spiritual intersection, drawing connections between diverse religious traditions to unite a tapestry of beliefs throughout Asia. Tracing their mythological roots to both Buddhist and Hindu mythologies, they encapsulate the dynamic spiritual fusion characterizing the region's cultural evolution. Within this intersection can be seen the intertwining threads of different faiths, each contributing to the rich, vivid picture Naga philosophy and symbolism present. The legend provides insight into shared motifs of spirituality, highlighting the enduring themes resonant in human search for meaning. As faith narratives evolve and blend, the Phaya Nak emerge as cultural guides, illuminating common spiritual pathways and reinforcing connections across distinct traditions. Within their serpent forms weave stories appealing for unity, fostering dialogues at the crossroads of belief systems, a testament to the pathways of spiritual exploration, each step leading to mutual understanding and reverence. Across centuries, as a narrative thread weaving through the tapestry of time, the tales of Phaya Nak reflect societal shifts by adapting to cultural needs. Each retelling enriches these myths, transforming the simple serpent into a multifaceted symbol of culture, religion, and identity. As explorers and traders brought new encounters, increasing cultural exchanges further enriched Naga's lore, highlighting the fluid nature of myth. The enduring presence of this myth within the modern framework reflects an intertwined evolution of culture and spirituality, as both adapt to cater to ever-shifting sensibilities. These reflections allow communities to perceive their environment in new lights, responding creatively to collective pasts, forging contemporary identities. The Phaya Nak serve as steadfast ambassadors of their storied heritage, their narrative forging a bridge between the enduring roots of tradition and an ever-evolving present. Carried through generations, the oral tradition carries the myth and essence of Phaya Nak forward, embodying the living legacy of these riverine guardians. Storytelling remains at the core of conveying the moral and cultural wisdoms tied indelibly to these sacred serpents. As elders strum the verses of Phaya Nak along the riverbanks, each tale resonates within the community's soul, instilling vital traditions and nurturing cultural pride. The intergenerational storytelling affirms a shared heritage, a communal bond linking the river's whispers to village life. Through this ritual of narrative, listeners engage in an ancient process binding them to Mekong's majesty, reinforcing their need to remember. Oral traditions become both refuge and bridge, sheltering the ancient stories while weaving paths leading onward into modernity. In the enduring mystique of Phaya Nak lies an invitation, a call for humanity to embrace mystery with openness, a willingness to engage with the ineffable. Despite encroaching rational explanations, Phaya Nak encapsulates a wonder that transcends the known, threading myth with reality. This beckoning allure embodies the yearning to discover magic and meaning within the whispered twilight where mystery resides. As generations pass the tales, the continued fascination infuses the Phaya Nak legacy with lasting power. Here lies not just the search for existence, but a venture into the obscure realms connecting culture, environment, and spirituality. Within the unseen connections, this narrative worthily resides, leaving pathways leading deeper into the mysteries of the human soul. In Phaya Nak's timeless embrace, we discover glimpses of the world beyond and the unknown depths within. In the serene and mystic cradles of the Scottish Highlands, where mist clings to the ancient pines and legends whisper through the gentle lapping of water against rocky shores, lies the enigmatic Loch Illy. This remote loch, often forgotten in the shadow of its more famous sibling, Loch Ness, harbors its own secret, a creature known as the illy beast. The legend of this elusive cryptid finds its roots in the tranquil waters of Loch Illy, a place where folklore flows as freely as the water itself. The beginnings of the illy beast's tale are traced back to the 1960s, a time when cryptozoology was capturing imaginations worldwide. Nestled among a tapestry of local legend and burgeoning interest in strange beasts lurking beneath Scotland's lochs, the illy beast emerged as a shadowy presence stirring the placid surface of Loch Illy. Witnesses during that time described an apparition, a long-necked entity that seemed to glide effortlessly through the water, echoing the form of the more renowned Nessie of Loch Ness fame. Despite the similarities, the illy beast possesses its own distinct identity within the curious world of lake monsters. It remains a creature shrouded in mystery and shadow, a secret kept by the less traversed waters of Loch Illy. Enthusiasts and seekers of the unknown were drawn to these waters, driven by the tantalizing possibility of uncovering Scotland's next great cryptid. The story of the illy beast thus began to weave itself into the intricate web of cultural and historical narratives that Scotland holds dear. As we venture further into this tale, we must immerse ourselves in the sights and sounds of Loch Illy itself. The loch is more than a basin of water. It is an atmosphere, a spirit, at once calming and intriguing. Its waters, dark and deep, can hold 1,000 secrets, waiting for those quiet enough to hear their whispers. Amidst dense forests and rolling hills, where sunlight battles fleetingly with creeping fog and sudden rainbows, it is easy to envision a creature emerging at twilight, slipping between the veils of what is real and imagined. Loch Illy presents as much an invitation to the introspective mind as it does to those who seek the tangible thrill of discovery. The allure of its setting speaks to the heart of human imagination, where timelessness and nature mesh in a dance of storytelling and wonder. Within these beguiling environs, the illy beast has been spotted, or at least claimed so by a select few. Descriptions carry a semblance of consistency: an elongated neck, a serpentine form gliding through the water, sometimes only suggested by the significant ripples left in its supposed wake. These accounts often invoke an image of a long-lost plesiosaur, an ancient creature that walked the earth in distant eons. Thus, each story adds another thread to the fabric enveloping Loch Illy, a place where the past seems just a breath away, and each ripple holds an echo of times unseen. Yet, the illy beast's legend is not merely one of stories told. It is also one of mysteries preserved by skepticism and scrutiny, which often serve to deepen the intrigue. The lack of photographic evidence distinguishes the illy beast from other cryptids, leaving believers reliant on witness testimonies. These anecdotes form a collective narrative at once compelling and elusive, fostering a mythos that invites both believers and doubters to ponder the boundaries of the possible. The lore of the illy beast is not without its skeptics, who seek to ground the legend in more rational explanations. Some posit that the sightings could be attributed to optical illusions, as light and shadow dance upon the water, or to a misinterpretation of natural phenomena like floating logs gently rocking in the current. Others suggest that the rich folklore surrounding the area may have predisposed witnesses to perceive what they longed or dreaded to see. How do we separate wish from reality in the kaleidoscope of perception and recollection? Such questions fuel the intellectual and spiritual journeys of both the doubters and the devotees of the unknown. In considering the illy beast, one cannot avoid the inevitable comparison to Nessie, the legendary cryptid of Loch Ness, who holds a prominent place on the global stage. On the surface, both creatures are bound by tales of water-bound mystery and serpentine grace. Yet their narratives diverge in significant ways that grant the illy beast its particular charm. Unlike Nessie, whose legend has been captured in myriad photographs, sonar readings, and fervent searches drawing in media and researchers alike, the illy beast remains a whisper, a footnote in the grand theater of cryptozoology. The lack of substantial documentation about the illy beast, including the absence of famous photographic evidence, grants it an aura of uncertainty that speaks deeply to the human psyche. It draws in explorers who thrive on the unknown and those who delight in mysteries unsolved, living in the spaces between certainty and speculation, where dreams and history intertwine. Geography also plays a significant role in shaping these twin tales of Scottish loch monsters. Loch Ness is vast, accessible, and has long been on the travel map of tourists and scientists alike, while Loch Illy rests more quietly within its secluded highland niches. This solitude adds an intimacy to the illy beast's story, drawing in those who are eager to probe mysteries not yet illuminated by the floodlights of mass media. And so, within this quiet theatricality, the illy beast endures as an emblem of what remains unexplained, inviting those with the patience and will to uncover its secrets. The dance of belief and skepticism continues to drive the narrative of the illy beast, each side fueling the curiosity that ensures the legend's longevity. In the absence of unequivocal proof, the debate remains vibrant, adding layers to the discourse surrounding Loch Illy's mysterious resident. And herein lies the intrigue. Even as science marches onward, probing new frontiers, there remains an element of humanity that clings to mysteries, those tales that inhabit the twilight realms between touch and imagination. To understand these waters teeming with both natural beauty and cryptic allure is to touch base with what remains unresolved within each of us. Loch Illy stands as a testament to the enduring power of legends, to the understanding that within the convergence of lake, landscape, and living imagination, something magical often awaits discovery. Whether figment or phenomenon, the illy beast exemplifies our yearning for mysteries, for the things unseen yet deeply sensed, living on the edge of myth, inviting wonder and reflection, and forever inspiring tales yet untold. In the southern expanse of Kyushu, Japan, the serene waters of Lake Ikeda cradle secrets as deep as time itself. Here, within the mist that hugs the water like an ancient embrace, lies the legend of Issei, a mysterious creature whose whispers ripple through the cultural fabric of the region. This tranquil lake, a sanctuary nestled within Kagoshima Prefecture, is more than a picturesque body of water. It is the residence of a tale that has woven itself into the very tapestry of local imagination, inviting both residents and visitors into its depths of mystery. Legend speaks of Issei as more than a mere aquatic being. She is a guardian spirit, woven into the traditions and spirituality of Japanese folklore. It's said that Issei bears resemblance to a massive serpent or an ancient dinosaur, akin to the globally renowned Loch Ness monster. Yet she is distinct, resonating with unique cultural significance. Her story dances with themes of reverence towards the natural world, embracing the unseen energies believed to inhabit and oversee these serene landscapes. She embodies the delicate balance humanity must maintain with nature's mysteries, a perpetual reminder of nature's omnipresence and its eternal guardianship. The first glimpses of Issei were reportedly captured in the 1970s, when tourists allegedly saw an enormous creature gliding beneath the lake's surface. This event, while initially met with skepticism, captured the intrigue of media worldwide and kindled a fire of imagination and curiosity among both the credulous and the skeptical. Descriptions of Issy vary, yet tales often converge on the image of a long-necked entity, moving with elegance and occasionally breaking the surface to greet the world above. These accounts contribute to a tapestry of wonder, blurring lines between reality and myth in ways that continually fascinate every new generation. In Japanese cultural consciousness, Issy is not just folklore. She stands as a vital thread in the rich tapestry of belief and tradition. In a land where spirituality is intertwined with nature, Issy epitomizes the mysteries residing within our planet's untapped realms. Her presence is celebrated through various forms of artistic expression, from storytelling to vibrant festival celebrations, all of which fortify communal bonds and promote local pride. Moreover, her tale attracts tourists from all corners of the globe, eager to bask in the mystery and splendor of Lake Ikeda, turning the myth into a dynamic contributor to both cultural and economic vitality. In the quest to unravel Issy's enigma, scientists and crypto enthusiasts have embarked on expeditions armed with sonar, cameras, and unwavering curiosity. Yet, despite the depth of technological sophistication, definitive evidence remains as elusive as the creature itself. These investigations become a reflection of the delicate dance between scientific inquiry and mystery, hinting at the broader narrative of humanity's quest to define the indefinable. The silence of the unknown nourishes the dreamers, keeping Issy alive within the global imagination. While speculation persists, many assert that sightings could be mere misinterpretations of natural phenomena. Waves, reflections, or common aquatic life could easily masquerade as something extraordinary in the right moment. This pragmatic view, however, stands as not just a counter to belief, but as an acknowledgement of our own neural limitations and our penchant for weaving stories from shadows. The psychological dimension here amplifies Issy's narrative within the public consciousness, revealing how myth continues to live through the collective yearning for the inexplicable. Globally, Issy finds kinship with legends like the Loch Ness Monster and Ogopogo, kindred spirits submerged in the depths of lakes far and wide. These stories echo a universal human longing for connection with what lies beneath, symbolizing a collective subconscious narrative that transcends oceans and borders. The recurring motifs of serpentine creatures suggest shared archetypes within the human psyche, whispering of forgotten races and realms that challenge modern perceptions. Media has played an instrumental role in shaping Issy's story, offering a spotlight that carries her myth far beyond Lake Ikeda's tranquil shores. Television specials, newspaper articles, and digital platforms perpetuate her allure, feeding the endless cycle of fascination that envelopes her story. In this dance between narrative and audience, Issy emerges as both local wonder and global enigma, her story preserved and promulgated across the ever-expanding landscape of communication. Japanese spirituality, which entwines beliefs in spirits and nature's guardians, gives Issy her roots and wings. In the thick weave of local tradition, Issy is not merely a subject of curiosity, but an integral part of the spiritual tapestry that colors life in Japan. In rituals and myths, she finds her place, encouraging an interpretation that blends skepticism with reverence, allowing the spirit of Issy to thrive in an atmosphere that celebrates mystery and guardianship as part of a holistic worldview. Documenting Issy's movements remains fraught with challenges, as the ephemeral nature of myth resists the confines of scientific reductionism. Environmental factors further complicate observations, while human perception lenses these encounters through personal biases, often weaving elaborate narratives out of ripples and shadows. The very act of attempting to quantify Isi reveals the tension between science and story, spotlighting the ephemeral nature of myths that tease the boundaries of what we believe and what we can prove. The analysis of sightings weaves these narratives into a rich mosaic, offering clues and patterns that withstand scrutiny and time. Researchers comb through first-hand accounts, piecing together a portrait from diverse backgrounds and experiences to understand how such stories echo through the ages. This process is not merely an investigative endeavor, but an exploration of the human condition and our desire to be enveloped in tales that enlarge the human experience with wonders beyond imagining. Isi swims within a broader network of Japanese cryptid lore, joining creatures like the kappa, who hails from rivers and bears a storied history of encounters and myths. This tapestry of supernatural beings enriches the Japanese cultural landscape, extending Isi's tale beyond her lake, inviting her to take part in a broader narrative that binds myth to nature. In this mythology, Isi is a vibrant stitch in an expansive quilt of mystery that holds cultural value and identity, emphasizing the dialogue between humans and the unseen. The power of folklore like Isi's extends into spheres of environmental conservation, demonstrating how tales of the unknown can coax stewardship and ecological respect. Her legend serves as a narrative tool that bridges ecological consciousness with cultural preservation, urging communities to protect both the legend and its setting. Here, in the conservation of Lake Ikeda, the narrative of Isi finds purpose and vitality, showing how cultural heritage can inspire tangible actions for environmental protection. The economic implications of Isi's legend thrive alongside her mysteries, driving tourism to Lake Ikeda and fueling a narrative economy that blends curiosity with economic opportunity. Tourism perpetuates the Isi mythos, inviting scholars and adventurers alike to seek their own encounters or simply soak in the ethereal atmosphere. This blend of myth and modernity supports local economies and fosters cultural exchanges that celebrate storytelling as a living component of human heritage. In a figurative sense, Isi symbolizes the uncharted depths of human potential, representing the mysteries that lie in wait beneath life's surface. This symbology invites contemplation on the part of humanity, challenging our understanding of the enigma that resides within each heartbeat and breath. In this way, Isi transcends the bounds of myth, evolving into a beacon of unity that reflects our shared desire for knowledge and the acceptance of life's enduring mysteries. Isi's cultural persistence and future are vibrant canvases on which human curiosity continues to paint. These myths evolve, adapting to incorporate innovations while remaining anchored to traditions that give them life. Through educational programs and creative endeavors, Isi's legacy stands poised to inspire new generations, marrying the past with future possibilities and illustrating the transformative power of stories that endure through time. As we traverse the corridors of Isi's legend, we discover invaluable lessons offered by the intersection of myth and modernity. These stories remind us that myth can kindle insight and innovation, carrying essential cultural wisdom into new eras. Isi becomes a testament to the timeless quality of mythology as an educational and transformative tool that addresses contemporary life while speaking to our deepest human needs. Isi's continued resonance, both in Kyushu and beyond, testifies to the enduring magic of folklore. Her narrative has left an indelible mark on culture, challenging the dichotomies of myth and science, and urging a deeper consideration of what it means to believe. This legacy captivates diverse audiences, inviting engagement and reflection, connecting the mysteries of Lake Ikeda to broader explorations of cultural identity across the world. The next generation of storytellers finds inspiration in Issy, captivated by the tale and eager to carry it forward. Interactive platforms and digital storytelling engage young minds, inviting them to explore, reinterpret, and redefine Issy's narrative in vibrant new forms. These future architects of myth embolden the legacy of Issy, ensuring its place within a world that continues to seek wonder and joy in stories that transcend the everyday. The relationship between technology and mythology breathes life into Issy, ensuring her legend keeps pace with modern advancements. Virtual reality and digital narratives invite deeper interaction with the tale, allowing Issy's journey to resonate across diverse fronts and reach new audiences. This intersection between technological innovation and ancient legend enriches the narrative experience, exemplifying how traditional myths remain impactful within contemporary paradigms. By entwining Issy's legend into efforts for environmental preservation, Lake Ikeda's vitality becomes a crucial aspect of sustaining the myth. Stewardship initiatives utilize Issy's story to inspire ecological care, ensuring the lake's integrity is as enduring as its legend. This conflation of mythology and conservation supports both local tradition and nature, heralding a harmonious future where wisdom and action coalesce in narratives of ecological respect. The storytelling magic enshrined in Issy's legend captivates the heart and mind, drawing audiences into an immersive experience where mystery weaves through every vein. This art of storytelling, blending real and imagined, is what keeps Issy's tale alive and flourishing, offering transformative experiences across cultures and generations. These narratives invite us to linger within worlds of imagination, where wonder and reflection thrive side by side. Issy's narrative exists within the play of myth and reality, blurring boundaries and inviting us into a collective imagination ripe with possibilities. This interplay asks us to question established dichotomies, offering deeper insights into storytelling's role as a conduit for understanding. Within Issy's lore lies an exploration of myth's ability to bridge consciousness, fostering reflection on our collective narratives and their multifaceted dimensions. Reflecting on the mystery of Lake Ikeda, Issy invites us into a world where questions remain open-ended, where beauty and intrigue coalesce in sublime harmony. She embodies the immutable truth that not all enigmas require resolving, serving as a gentle reminder to honor life's uncertainties with open-hearted wonder and reverence. Through the whispers of Issy's ethereal presence, we are reminded that within every ripple lies the potential for infinite explorations and the eternal dance between the known and the mysterious. Concluding our meditation on Issy, the legend endures, weaving a continuum of discovery that transcends temporal bounds. Issy stands as a testimony to mystery's ability to illuminate our path, embodying the eternal allure of the unfathomable that compels us to explore, to dream, and to listen intently to the echoes of stories yet to be fully told. As we reflect upon Issy's enduring presence, we revel in the journey's intrinsic beauty, forever enchanted by the myths that enrich the very fabric of human inquiry and wonder. In the heart of Africa, draped in shadows and shrouded by the vast canopy of the Congo River Basin's jungles, there exists a tale as persistent as the thick mist that lingers above its waters. The mokèlé-mbèmbé, a name whispered through the corridors of time by voices of pygmy tribes, invites us into a realm where myth and reality conspire with equal measure. Described as a long-necked, dinosaur-like creature, it swims unseen in the winding waterways and secret lagoons of this dense jungle, blurring the boundaries between the prehistoric past and the present day. Tribal stories passed down through generations tell of encounters with this beast, rendering it more than mere legend and positioning it between the realms of the spiritual and the terrestrial. As explorers step forward into these humid jungles, armed with curiosity that echoes the adventures of earlier centuries, they are greeted by an ambiance heavy with mystery. Here, truth is layered with the enigma of whispered tales that have endured, suggesting that not all mysteries are consigned to the folds of fiction. Each narrative from various regions of the basin aligns more than just a cultural memory. It suggests a tapestry woven with threads of a creature wandering on the fringes of reality. This persistence beckons us to question the defined boundaries of what we consider real and mythical. With the dawn of the 20th century came a cascade of expeditions into the Congo, led by those driven by fervent hope to unveil the truth behind the mokèlé-mbèmbé. From these ventures emerged not the creature itself, but a chorus of peculiar evidence, strange footprints indented into rich, swampy earth, and disturbances along riverbanks that bore the signature of something large and unknown. The diaries of those early pioneers recount glimpses of a form fading into the lush green walls of the jungle, leaving behind the allure of myth intertwined with their memories. Guided by the native wisdom of their companions, these adventurers returned with stories that sang in harmony with the indigenous lore, fueling the embers of fascination and the romance of the unknown. Over time, eyewitness accounts, varying yet consistently depicting a sauropod-like figure with a sinuous neck and robust body, have added layers to mokèlé-mbèmbé's enigmatic narrative. For some, these accounts kindle the fires of belief in the cryptozoological domain. Each new testimony, whether shared by indigenous hunters with honed awareness of their surroundings or modern travelers seduced by the quiet pull of the mystery, further complicates the tale, weaving a rich tapestry of wonder and investigation. The oral traditions of the pygmy tribes are guardian gems of knowledge, shining through the ages and offering not just tales, but windows into their heritage. Mokèlé-mbèmbé occupies a revered space in these traditions, blending spiritual essence with visions of a tangible creature. Within these stories, details emerge depicting the incognito life of the river's ghost, its habits, dietary delights, and moments of what could be termed as engagement with the tribes. Among the pygmies, these legends are held as sacred as any religious text, birthing a narrative of mutual existence between human and creature, a symbiotic relationship that defies dismissal as mere fantasy. Such reverence invites us to explore deeper into the entwined layers of these stories, encouraging an appreciation for the sophisticated understanding that the pygmies possess of their world. They coax us to view mokèlé-mbèmbé not as a mere vestige of imagination, but as a resonant chord within the natural world's symphony. To approach these tales is to breathe in the perfumes of a world both familiar and foreign, urging those unfamiliar with this terrain to consider the dance between the seen and the unseen, between the whisper of nature and the roar of myth. In the modern era, cryptozoologists have embarked upon quests laden with technology and intent, wishing to decipher what lies beneath the glossy surface of rumor. Armed with sophisticated sonar and poised cameras, these guardians of discovery venture deep into impenetrable terrain, accumulating data about an ecosystem dripping with secrets yet to capitulate to human curiosity. Though mokèlé-mbèmbé continues to elude the grasp of definitive proof, its pursuit contributes expansive knowledge about the entwined life nested within the unyielding jungle. Each expedition, whether ultimately fulfilling its aims or succumbing to the silent resistance of the forest, whispers stories of ecosystems reflecting nature's tapestry. Beyond the hunt for a single creature lies a broader revelation. Each venture highlights the elegant complexity and vulnerability of these vast green sanctuaries. While the creature's potential discovery titillates public imagination, the profound gift offered through this exploration may, in fact, be the awareness it generates in preserving these untouched realms. Debating the existence of mokèlé-mbèmbé challenges the narratives defined by scientific scrutiny. The discourse splits between those led by hope and those steeled by skepticism, with eyewitness accounts forming an intersection where belief finds both refuge and adversary. Proponents remind us of tales retold and evidence yet found, suggesting a secret yet unbroken from the threads of time, in a landscape still unknown to modern navigation. Conversely, skeptics pose questions hardwired to inquiries concerning the lack of tangible evidence. No fossils, no definitive images, no environmental aftermath that should characterize such a behemoth's presence in this ecosystem. They point to the possibility of fragmented memories of once-living relics, or a harmonious blend of myth fashioned from collective hallucinations. This dialogue unfolds at the crossroads of known facts and wonders, challenging us to weigh the balance of evidence against the embrace of mystery. In contemplating the unseen, we attune ourselves not just to what lies hidden in the jungled depths of the Congo, but to our own perceptions and the multifaceted views layered upon our reality. Here, mokèlé-mbèmbé morphs into more than a creature. It transforms into a symbol, a herald of nature's unfathomable guardianship, a metaphor for a wilderness human presence increasingly absents itself from. Through this lens, the creature becomes not something to be captured, but a beacon reminding us of the primal power dwelling beyond our touch and understanding. This philosophical duality, of existing simultaneously in the realms of reality and feral myth, extends an invitation to explore humility in knowledge, blending the boundaries of what is perceived and what could be, urging those with open hearts to honor stories as both reflections of what is and what could be. Indeed, within the marvelous dance that nature orchestrates, myths bring forth the beauty of truths obscured, yet sharing space within the world's knowing. Mokèlé-mbèmbé's allure has not been confined to scientific curiosity alone. Its folklore seeps into cultural consciousness, finding resonance in the myriad ways humanity expresses its perennial fascination with the unknown. Through documentaries, literary explorations, and the vivid images of cinematic wonderment, its essence reaches out, weaving into narratives that balance between genuine exploration and dramatized spectacle. Through these mediums, the Congo's biodiversity is put on display, and the pressing challenges in need of attention are highlighted, drawing viewers into a world of both fact and fiction. As audiences engage with these creations, they are invited into a pact, a contract of wonder that leads one to reconsider the scope and accountability attached to exploring boundaries. By journeying through stories of mokèlé-mbèmbé, we find narratives that unlock reflections on courage, mystery, and the undying quest for the hidden gems lurking beneath the surface of global consciousness. The sentiment surrounding mokèlé-mbèmbé feeds into an understanding of the Congo Basin itself, a Tellurian wonderland teeming with the exuberance of life, yet condensating its secrets within shields of lush foliage. Stretching across continents, it serves as the lifeblood of biodiversity, an aerial enigma where flora and fauna embrace existence in symbiotic rhythm. It is an ecosystem that resists human intrusion and unfolds at its own cadence, nurturing species as yet undiscovered. In such an opulent domain, legends are not anomalies, but flourishing epitaphs, whispering the echoes of nature's potency. Mokèlé-mbèmbé's birth within this complex tapestry speaks not of deviation, but as a narrative conveyed through the chorus of nature's harmonics. Scholars and enthusiasts persuasively argue that any mokèlé-mbèmbé search must play to the symphony of conservation, ensuring that the cryptic wonders whispered within this realm are protected delicately and actively. The Congo calls attention to its vitality through conservation conversations, underscoring the dire necessity of aegis against unfolding ecological threats, from uncharted deforestation to the silent creep of climate change's ice fingers. As intrepid wanderers push the boundary of this landscape, the mission transcends mythic pursuits, becoming a clarion call for sustainability that harmonizes with local hearts. In every narrative that crosses paths with mokèlé-mbèmbé, a note resounds, an insistence for inquiry, but one that must tread lightly on the natural chords resonating through invisible fabrics of ecosystemical integration. Delving into these legends, they become conduits for thoughtfulness, stimulating altruistic action within vibrantly pristine expanses. This narrative becomes a catalyst, a legend reborn into the quest for delicate stewardship and protection, helping hand discover new vistas of ecological interconnectivity. Through the interplay of macrocosmic mythos and scientific microcosm, mokèlé-mbèmbé stimulates transcendent perspectives, integrating poetic resonance with purposeful empiricism. Where observance of fact oft meets the ethereal embrace of wonderment, novel methodologies arise that extend respectful knowledge inquiry. By valuing the untapped lore of cultural narratives, explorers forge paths edged with implications that enrich understanding of life's grand yet private odyssey. The communion of myth and scientific inquiry yields scenes of imaginative exploration, sowing seeds of reverence that honor traditions held as treasures. In seeking beneath the furrows of cultural sagas, the traveler sojourns with humility in an inquiry bearing transformative consequence. Alongside developing respect, perceptions alter as exploration treks alongside cultures where legend coexists within ecological mystery. Comparisons bloom between the mystical melodies sung by mokèlé-mbèmbé and its kin across geographical bounds, the Loch Ness monster swaying within Scotland's moors, the Yeti's trails carved upon Himalayan caches. Each echoes the allure of life ensconced within the shaded domain where verity and fantasy converge. The human mind reaches out toward these stories, relentlessly admiring nature's enigmatic abilities and acknowledging invisible bridges spun across Earth's undulating terrains. These parallel mythical ventures weave tapestries through the world's variegated cultural spectacles, suggesting that shared archetypes craft humanity's stories, dodging through our collective experience like cultural rays. Through consideration of each wraith, characterized by elusive grace, tales reveal universal mythos while celebrating marvels yet to greet human comprehension. Still, skepticism holds space within scientific circles, an agent beckoning with caution. Relentless in its devotion to evidence, The critical gaze underscores the ecosystem's documented foothold through confirmation, seeking pursuits to rein in the rampant growth of fabled exuberance. This deliberation encourages meaningful dialogue amidst enthusiasts for known biodiversity, urging careful conservation amid enigmatic chimeras. But skepticism exists not to dampen dreams. It molds them, acting as a crucible from which all exploration emerges, enriched and reinforced with integrity. In examining what extends beyond the horizon's edge, we ally myth with scientific rigor to reveal story's vibrancy, encouraging unsung harmonies resounding within layers of esoteric comprehension. In seeking this unfinished tale of mokèlé-mbèmbé, biologists cast unwavering attention toward the world's less charted ambiances. There, the potential translates marvelously, catching shadows of unnamed residents whose stories unfurl with the subtleties of evolutionary adaptation. The largeness of mokèlé-mbèmbé's shadow merges harmoniously with these rich biodiversities, revealing beyond set timetables a semblance of Earth's robustness flourishing beneath scientific descriptors. Preservation marvels united to these quests promise offers of rejuvenation, substance from the jungled depths' riches, benefiting humanity's conclusions and conservation notes drawn upon posterity's ledger. The narrative of potential discovery orbits the sunlit scope of resilient pursuits, offering emergent solutions that yield wider truths beyond these hidden terra incognita's shores. Within these verdant halls, capturing that which defies the view pays homage to indigenous stories of grand mysteries, providing holistic insight adored under canopies of wisdom echoed historically. Their lauded lore envelopes tradition, offering not mere fiction, but foundational stones, forming the cosmology endemic to identity. Unfolded narratives of carnivorous shadows reveal ecosystems gilded with harmonious poetic verse, providing choreography for science, enjoined with age-old melodies harbored beneath the fleeting leaf shadows of life-giving suns. Collaboration sparks knowledge-kindled alliance that attunes with wonderment, blending culture, inquiry, and the rejuvenation of understanding. As we challenge Western narratives and embrace ethical considerations in discovery, a paradigm subtly shifts. Discovery, in this investigated sanctum, colors aspiration to tread on ground laden with respect, engaging humanity in coalescence, redefining motives from conquest toward partnership in sustenance. Here, explorers challenge history's bias, tilting forward on journeys of knowledge and alignment, partnering with indigenous wisdom, embracing look-back through reframed motives that recall fortuity with knowledge-led investments. This innovation-driven journey delves into an unveiling of explorative integrity, aligning future bounds that encompass thoughtful stewardship for the holistic embodiment of life's multidimensional perspective. Through emergent dialogues, an ancient rhythm breathes its respite, once again echoing historical beliefs alongside fresh innovation, promising at once knowledge upon discovery, allied self-awareness within an ecological allegiance as humanity spreads hand and heart. The search holds not just literal implications, but echoes serenely through the sumptuous discussion that balances myth and fact. Herein reignites cryptozoological expedition, weaving technological threads of surreal artistry into canonical landscapes, advancing pursuit with unmatched tools, rendering immersive truths. From the vantage of new storytelling, Places of Dreams reshape with redefining perspectives enriched by technology embarked through progression's route. Though not yielding mokèlé-mbèmbé's full surrender, contemporary explorations dance gracefully with prior adventures, marking a conscientious margin upon the canvas of the unexplored. These advances transcendentally welcome curiosity and initiate dialogues that weigh wilderness with exploration, reminding us throughout that mankind's gaze will eternally yearn alongside alluring myths. Comprehending the potential unveiling of mokèlé-mbèmbé echoes broadly throughout science, conservation, and cultural dialogue, swaying profound implications along its tantalizing thread. Legends reimagine modern inspirations, becoming legions of marvels for once tangible realities dispersed on the oscillating threads of time. At the confluence of myth and modernity, perception reverberates globally, shifting philosophically aligned frames substantiated by science. This realization, where ancient merges harmonically with presence, sets alight a pursuit with potential such that the universe itself opens its doors. Throughout the search for the enigmatic mokèlé-mbèmbé, the splendor lies not in the truth, but in the quest itself, transcending conclusion and swelling with reflection. Themes of wonder, inquiry, and philosophical splendor align within this journey's paths, encouraging celebration for newfound truths themselves discovered that become haunts of thought. The teeming wilderness of the Congo expedition shadows humanity's piece of exploration, their quest melding with themes eternal and elemental. Such searching becomes remembrance entwined with the memory of nature, anchoring intimations that not all stories greet with solemnity, unlocking understanding across leaf-strewn homilies. With mokèlé-mbèmbé's outline, sketched beyond brightening above the shared quest of mankind's just footsteps into wonderment, a portal extends beckoning throughout places nearer still unseen. A trail of mythology witnesses human existence stride through conscious vocables harmonized within nature's passageway. Ultimately, though its truths remain elusive, the mokèlé-mbèmbé beckons us onward on paths of discovery, illuminating the vast oceans of possibility, a light in the fevered longing for answers. For at dusk and dawn, where light corrals shadows, humanity bears witness to the gathering knowledge center encircled amid life's benevolence, cascading in unknown channels. Through discovery, we celebrate each question brought forth, each challenge met, acceptance braiding into the living soul and inviting spirits to rest eternal. In the subtle dance between the seen and unseen, psychedelics have long held a mystical allure, a key to the divine, ancient, and potent. As we tread softly into this world, one feels the echoes of ceremonies and whispers of sacred rituals carried by winds of time. Many cultures have embraced these substances, imbibing them as sacred tools, not just to alter consciousness, but to journey beyond the veil, into realms painted with hues of spirituality and elevated states of being. For millennia, they have been viewed as bridges, adorned with reverent traditions that speak of personal transformation and the mysteries of life itself. The tapestry of psychedelics is woven with threads of antiquity, where indigenous tribes and ancient civilizations revered these components as divine gifts. Among the Greeks, the Eleusinian mysteries remain an emblem of how psychedelics could transcend ordinary reality, offering a portal to the mystical. Such traditions underscore a pivotal role these substances have played in shaping spiritual thought, a compass guiding us to unseen realms. In recent years, the lenses of science have sought to decode this mystery, peeling back layers of consciousness and reality itself. Research explores the neurological enchantments of psilocybin and LSD, seeking understanding of how these chemicals might offer a bridge to the divine by altering perception and cognition. Within the brain's intricate dance, psychedelics engage with serotonin receptors, unfolding a tapestry of experience often described as mystical or spiritual. The science that uncovers these interactions serves only to deepen the awe, showing us not just the brain's intricate mechanisms, but its potential to catalyze spiritual journeys into the expansive frontier of the psyche. We journey further, where the perspectives of indigenous peoples offer profound wisdom on psychedelics' sacred role. To them, these substances are no mere compounds. They are teachers and entities, sources of cosmic wisdom. Tribes like the Shipibo-Konibo revere ayahuasca as a celestial guide, unlocking the universe's secrets while healing both body and spirit. These experiences resonate deeply, often manifesting in stark encounters with spiritual entities, revealing truths about personal destiny and the nature of existence itself. In the whispers of the wind, modern shamanism sings a song of synthesis. The ancient practices merge with contemporary understandings. Shamans stand as guardians, bridging worlds through these sacred substances to foster healing and enlightenment. In our present time, as interest blooms in the secrets these substances hold, modern shamans impart the wisdom of the ages, marrying tradition with enlightenment to mending emotional wounds and unveiling personal revelations. The therapeutic potential of psychedelics in mental health has begun to color the landscape with hues of possibility. For those enveloped by the shadows of PTSD, depression, and anxiety, psychedelics present themselves as luminous beacons of hope. In therapeutic settings, they elicit introspection, a dance through the corridors of the mind that otherwise remain elusive. These substances, once cloaked in taboo, are now drawing attention for their ability to facilitate emotional release, fostering healing where conventional methods falter. Ever timeless, the tapestry turns to the mystical experiences birthed by psychedelics, where the divine within unfurls. Here, individuals are caressed by a profound sense of oneness, an ephemeral state where cryptic truths of the universe become intimate whispers in the soul. Participants in these moments of cosmic unity often emerge with transformed perspectives, renewed purpose, and an empathic embrace of life's interconnectedness, a rediscovery of ancient reverence for human existence. Enlightenment unfolds like dawn over a silent landscape as we drift into the spiritual realm of death and rebirth. In these moments of ego dissolution, the journey mimics rites of passage, a cycle of transformation rendering mortality an illusion and unveiling life's essential truths. Such paths foster profound growth, inviting participants to confront fears and emerge transformed, resonating with the timeless interplay of life and death, echoing an eternal return to the core of consciousness. Shun not the profound descent into alternate dimensions, where the doors of perception swing open on silent hinges. Through these portals, visceral encounters with otherworldly landscapes challenge earthly understandings, inviting contemplation of a cosmos vaster, deeper than the physical senses can typically seize. As these realities unfold, spiritual traditions find resonance, revelations of interconnected existence, speaking to the unquantifiable mysteries of our universe. Central to experiencing the transformative beauty of psychedelics is the crafting of sacred space, a conscious weaving of set and setting. Intentions become the compass guiding profound journeys, while rituals engender sanctified spaces. Within these parameters, individuals dance the line between the known and unknown, supported by surroundings steeped in serenity and purpose. This practice finds echoes in ancient ceremonies, venerating the sacred journey and heightening spiritual awareness. Psychedelics become a nexus where the lines between science and spirituality blur, embracing an integrated understanding of human consciousness. As seekers and scientists unite, this synthesis emerges, challenging the dichotomy that separates the empirical from the ethereal. Here lies a holistic exploration of existence, fostering paradigms that embrace both mental health and spiritual awakening, a bridge to the profound mysteries of the human soul. The voyage transcends momentary glimpses of divinity. Integration is the guiding star, weaving mystical experiences into the tapestry of one's life. Through the deliberate knotting of thoughts and practices, journaling, community dialogue, therapy, the brilliance of psychedelic revelations finds permanence. In this embrace, participants transform ephemeral insights into enduring growth, the seeds of each journey germinating within the soil of daily being. Amidst this tapestry, a contemplative revolution brews as modern spirituality embraces psychedelics anew, challenging rigid dogmas in favor of personal sacred exploration. In seeking heartfelt connection with the divine, spiritual communities recognize these substances' potential, advocating their integration into contemporary practices. These movements echo a return to the mystical roots, a rekindling of paths veiled beneath structured doctrines. In the silences that separate thoughts, psychedelics rouse the profound sensation of mystical union, merging self with the cosmos in an ephemeral dance of transcendence. Participants are imbued with peace, a lived experience mirroring the philosophical ideals of unity, a harmony with divinity and all creation. Through these unions, one finds renewal, enlightenment amid the ever-persistent rhythm of existence. As with all sought-after knowledge, ethical considerations arise. The solemn duty to respect Indigenous wisdom and ensure responsible practices. The balance between exploration and preservation is delicate, requiring mindfulness of cultural heritage and ecological integrity. By weaving these into our understanding, we safeguard the sacred nature of psychedelics, ensuring their reverent integration into global consciousness. Society's eyes are widening to the realities of psychedelics, spurred by evolving legal landscapes and growing cultural openness. The transformation of these substances from cautionary tales to catalysts for enlightenment embodies a collective re-evaluation of consciousness. This cultural shift signals a journey towards acceptance, recognizing psychedelics' historical and spiritual significance and their potential to transform lives. Their influence on popular culture is undeniable, a siren call to those who seek to stretch the boundaries of creativity. Artists, writers, musicians imbibe them as muses, finding inspiration in experiences that dissolve boundaries and expand imagination. Cultural expressions of psychedelic visions become shared stories, bridling the gap between personal insight and collective expression. Within this renaissance, the psychedelic experience is an alchemy, a transformation of consciousness akin to the metallurgical transmutation of base elements into gold. Like alchemy, psychedelics offer a mirror to the self, challenging individuals to transmute personal shadows into luminescent understanding. By drawing on these rich symbols, participants engage in self-exploration, excavating the gold within their souls. Artistry is not the only realm influenced. Psychedelics inspire profound creativity, acting as catalysts for new perspectives in thought and expression. By altering perception, they reveal innovative insights, encouraging creators to traverse uncharted territories of the mind. The potential for unlocking these expressive pathways is immense, a testament to psychedelics' power to illuminate the patterns of creation. As seekers pursue divine revelation, psychedelics emerge as vessels for spiritual epiphany, inviting encounters with the ineffable. Personal journeys through psychedelics often yield new insights into divinity, deepening faith and understanding. These revelations transcend existing beliefs, forging new pathways to comprehend the sacred essence of reality. In this gathering of mysteries, psychedelics challenge perceptions of reality itself, inviting exploration beyond material confines. As participants explore these expansive realms, philosophical inquiries into consciousness emerge. These journeys into the heart of reality reveal truths overlooked by the waking eye, challenging the known and unveiling endless possibilities inherent in the human experience. Ritual and intention anchor these explorations, guiding seekers through layers of perception. Within these frameworks, sacred spaces emerge that foster profound insights, born from intention and preparation. These practices affirm the importance of deliberate exploration, reflecting enduring traditions that have navigated the spaces between worlds. As we open ourselves to the global psychedelic renaissance, a movement marked by rediscovery, we find a renewed era of exploration unfolding. Driven by curiosity and reverence, society embraces the insights these substances offer, protecting their sanctity while exploring their transformative potential. It is a renaissance that lays pathways illuminated by unity and discovery, tracing humanity's eternal quest for understanding. The potential of this movement lies in integration and expansion, requiring thoughtful dialogue and responsible exploration. As these substances find their place within societal paradigms, they hold the promise of advancing mental health and spirituality. Navigating into the unknown, psychedelics offer pathways for growth and reflection, enhancing the collective understanding of consciousness and the boundless mysteries of existence itself. As we close this silent chapter, one is left with a haunting reverie, a sacred journey into the divine, where the boundaries of perception dissolve like mist over an ancient sea. In embracing the transformative power of psychedelics, we are drawn to explore ever deeper, to understand the shadows and luminescence of our souls. In this journey, we glimpse eternity, inspired to delve further into the cosmos, guided by whispers that speak of unity, peace, and enlightenment. In the remote and serene cradle of the Changbai Mountains, where the whispers of nature echo through the silent valleys, lies Lake Tianqi, or Heaven Lake. This secluded expanse of water, cradled in a volcanic crater, straddles the borders of China and North Korea, presenting a landscape enshrined with mystery and allure. Beneath its tranquil surface, legends whisper of a colossal water beast, an enigmatic presence whose watery residence invites curiosity from both the scientific and mystical realms. This tapestry of tale and truth unfurls against the backdrop of Heaven Lake's icy depths, where folklore dances with attempts to decode its secrets through scientific inquiry. Cultural narratives woven through centuries speak of the Lake Tianqi monster as more than mere legend, hinting at its significance within the ancient traditions of the Manchu and Korean peoples. This mystical creature forms part of a sacred narrative, suggesting divine guardianship over the cradle of Heaven Lake. It's a tale passed down through generations, a storytelling endeavor that has sustained not only in folklore, but in shared cultural consciousness, aligning the lake's enigmatic beast with the fabric of local identity. This intertwining of spirit and story illuminates the profound cultural significance that such myths hold, acting as both a comfort and a mystery to those who dwell nearby. In the shadows of historical accounts, one finds embroidered tales enriched by sightings and descriptions that oscillate between monster and divine protector. Ancients recorded stories of serpentine figures breaking through the lake's serene surface, and villagers shared narratives imbued with both fear and reverence. These accounts, documented over the centuries, provide a living, breathing testament to the magnetic pull of Lake Tianqi's elusive entity. As tales have evolved, they embody not only narrative, but also a testament to the enduring power of belief, echoing through time as lucid reminders of humanity's ongoing fascination with the unknown. The 20th century ushered in a new era of intrigue at Lake Tianqi, as eyewitness accounts emerged from visitors who claimed to have seen the beast in the flesh, or what their minds believed to be so. Spectators described serpentine forms rising mystically from the depths, fluid shadows that danced between reality and imagination. These accounts feed into the oral tradition. A cascade of stories ripple through the community, perpetuating the lake's mythos and intensifying the interplay between personal experience and communal legacy. The subjective nature of these sightings forces us to reflect on the porous boundaries between observation and perception, beckoning us to ponder how collective beliefs are nourished by the inexplicable phenomena witnessed at places like Heaven Lake. Remarkably, the lore surrounding the Lake Tianqi monster garnered the attention of the Chinese government in the 1960s. A series of enigmatic reports and mysterious encounters prompted an unprecedented intervention, wherein officials endeavored to probe deeper into these cryptic waters. This formal acknowledgement fueled not only local, but nationwide inquiries, blending governmental authority with the age-old allure of myth. Such involvement by state forces endowed the monster's story with a legitimacy that transcended mere folklore, turning it into a subject of national inquisitiveness. It is within this confluence of politics and myth that one finds renewed resonance for the tale, as the enigma of the creature invited a nation's gaze through the lens of possibility. In the era defined by Cold War tensions, anything surrounding Lake Tianqi hummed with amplified geopolitical implications. The looming shadows of global surveillance and espionage within border regions infused sightings of cryptids with deeper meanings, sparking speculation that transcended the immediate. The political climate, fraught with suspicion and secrecy, added layers of intrigue, casting the lake's monster into narratives of national prestige and security. The paradox of a creature existing at the crossroads of myth and strategic reality rendered the monster not only a subject of wonder, but a participant in the unfolding stage of international dynamics, where each sighting was as much a question of security as it was of spiritual mythos. The 1990s marked an era of revelation when, amidst this tapestry of lore and reality, video footage emerged, a stirring act in the continuing performance of belief. Chinese soldiers stationed at the border filmed indistinct shapes moving beneath the lake's surface, an ambiguous ballet captured in grainy frames. This new documentation reignited fervor and debate over the monster's existence, expanding the discursive landscape from whispers and stories to something more tangible yet elusive. The imagery catalyzed dialogue among cryptozoologists and skeptics, breathing new life into an old legend, challenging the boundaries of disbelief with each flicker of the recorded image. Modernity ushered in advancements in technology, which allowed humans to pierce deeper into the opaque shroud of Lake Tianqi. Tools such as sonar mapping and drones have pushed the boundaries of exploration, promising to uncover truths that once lay hidden beneath the lake's enigmatic waters. This interweaving of myth with technique brings about an era where the dance of science with spirituality becomes a possibility rather than a dichotomy. The potential for demystifying the lake's fabled creature has amplified, yet the narrative remains a balance, a journey where every new discovery runs parallel to the unknown, at times unveiling more questions than answers about the nature held within Heaven Lake's purview. Media has invariably played a role in shaping global perceptions of Lake Tianqi's elusive inhabitant. Documentaries and articles have painted the monster's form on a broader canvas, capturing imaginations far beyond the local realm. As the tale traverses international frontiers through these crafted lenses, it fosters a shared fascination that underscores the universal power of storytelling. Media acts as a vessel, carrying the spirit of the folklore across borders, solidifying the narrative's place within the collective imagination, while ensuring that the cultural pride associated with the monster continues to breathe and resonate. For those living in the quiet shadows of the Changbai Mountains, the monster remains a woven thread in the tapestry of daily life, tying together generations in its embrace. It offers a touchstone for identity, a symbol around which myths of past and visions of future converge. More than a story, the creature embodies the heart of a community, anchoring the intangible sense of place and history within a shared spiritual metaphor. Through their connection to this creature, residents touch an elemental narrative, one of awe and mystery that whispers truths about both their home and their humanity. The perpetual dance between folklore and modern science emerges as an epicenter of inquiry and admiration at Lake Tianqi. Both seek to unravel the cryptid enigma, yet their pathways diverge and converge in fascinating ways. Science offers empirical methodologies, probing deeply into the depths with hypotheses, while folklore threads tapestries of meaning informed by cultural wisdom. Together, they create an interdisciplinary dialogue, enriching the quest for understanding and reflecting the reverence for both the known and the unknowable. These explorations invite a consideration of ancient stories through the lens of new eyes, honoring the narratives that have guided imaginations across the ages. In examining Lake Tianqi's creature, one may find echoes of other cryptids scattered across the globe. From the dense forests of the Yeti's home to the misty waters of Loch Ness. These comparisons reveal a shared human curiosity with the unknown and a collective yearning to touch myths that define our existence. Cultural expressions of cryptids manifest shared fears, hopes, and dreams, demonstrating an enduring allure that transcends geographical boundaries. Such analysis underscores how these creatures operate within the constructs of human imagination, offering windows into shared experiences that span civilizations and epochs. Beyond myths lies the ecological sanctuary of Lake Tianqi, whose untainted environment piques the interest of biologists and conservationists alike. The crater's isolation preserves diverse ecosystems as winding enigmas circumscribe the water's depth. Scientists speculate on species that may yet be discovered, as cryptozoological exploration flirtatiously suggests new life forms await within. However, this narrative of discovery carries its weight in ethical considerations, as any probe into the lake calls for a delicate balance that honors both curiosity and conservation, reminding us that respect for nature is intertwined with the thirst for knowledge. In unearthing Lake Tianqi's biodiversity, one recognizes that the mythos reaches beyond a single creature to embrace a complex network of relationships that sustain life. The ecosystem's flourish intertwines with the mythical, suggesting an enigmatic space where diverse life forms reside, infusing the lake's narrative with allusions that lend credibility to age-old stories. Delving beyond the monster, these explorations awaken appreciation for ecological webs and the intricate interplay between actuality and lore, offering textured dialogic narratives that navigate a terrain where the essence of reality and myth remains elusive. Myths, like those of Lake Tianchi, serve as instruments of understanding in humanity's relationship with nature, resonating with lessons of respect and harmony. They reflect our modes of interaction with the world's wonders, offering insights into stewardship and environmental ethics. Through the unfolding of mythical language, powerful messages emerge about planetary coexistence. These insights offer us clarity within the veiling mists of crypto legend, directing us not only to reflect on the presence of the unknown, but also to journey thoughtfully amidst the wonders of the natural world. Philosophy casts its reflective gaze upon the Lake Tianchi monster tale, raising existential inquiries about the nature of belief and understanding. This enigmatic dialogue between empiricism and the arcane encourages us to reassess the constructs through which we interpret cryptids. As philosophical musings pierce through the liminal spaces between certainty and skepticism, they challenge our preconceived notions, revealing how knowledge itself forms an intricate collage, blurring the outlines of evidence, faith, and enigmatic truths. Engaging with these queries moves the story beyond myth, inviting introspections that deepen our appreciation for the mysteries that resist rational confines. Within the narrative of the Lake Tianchi monster, the symbiosis between science and mysticism emerges, revealing how previously disparate wisdoms interplay. This evolving relationship demonstrates the accessibility of myths through scientific advances, creating a fusion that enriches the understanding of possibility. These collaborations illustrate the transformation of knowledge into an integrative journey, where spiritual imagination and empirical curiosity weave together. A tribute to cryptids that hover delicately at the intersection of what we know and what we dream. The human psyche, too, becomes a participant in the monster's tale, as individuals find themselves drawn into the aura of its mystery. The allure of the unknown captivates, pulling us toward stories that engage our inherent curiosity. The narrative of the Lake Tianchi monster enters the stage of human psychology, posing invocations of fear and wonder that reveal the attraction to riddles yet unsolved. Through pondering the cognitive dimensions of these legends, we discern how fear forms intricately with awe, exploring boundaries where questions dwell and reality's veil is delicately thin. Ultimately, the transcendence of the Lake Tianchi monster's myth elevates its status beyond corporeal existence, reflecting humanity's eternal quest for meaning beyond the tangible limits. In these tales, cryptids resonate as existential symbols, channeling wisdom about the universe and our place within it. The cryptids narrative entices us to redefine our engagement with myths as more than stories. They serve as touchstones, inviting discovery beyond physical evidence. As we marvel at the legacy of presence and absence within cryptids, their stories elevate beyond time, threading themselves through the tapestry of human reflection. In the contemporary era, as exploration melds with preservation, the pursuit of the Lake Tianchi monster urges mindful engagement with the enigma of natural lore. The ethics of discovery advocate responsible inquiry that respects ecological integrity while ensuring cryptid exploration is suffused with reverence. Cultivating ethical adventures within cryptozoology emphasizes the narrative of respect, balancing the drive for discovery with the sanctity of place and spirit. By adhering to respectful discourse, these stories attune us to broader conversations about the dynamics of exploration amidst the allure of nature's enigmas. A compelling allure emerges at the nexus of reality and science fiction, as the Lake Tianchi monster's allure entices the creative with improbable truths framed in scientific possibility. The imaginative sphere opened by science fiction intersects with cryptid investigation, formulating dialogues about what remains yet to be discovered. These narratives traverse the known into realms of speculative biology, encouraging us to embrace curiosity as a continuous journey into the unexplored possibilities of our world. These narratives remind us that while reality may limit understanding, the wonder of discovery still resides on uncharted horizons. Cryptid enthusiasts worldwide animate the narrative of the Lake Tianchi monster, uniting under a shared mission to uncover hidden truths. These communities, fueled by a blend of wonder and respect, enable the iconic creature to transcend local lore, becoming part of an expansive tapestry of intrigue and storytelling across cultures. Enthusiasts craft participatory tales that weave threads of hope, mystery, and possibility, embodying the communal spirit that connects us all to something larger, an enduring love for nature's myths and the timeless call of unfathomed depths that resonate from our shared spirit of curiosity. So continues the transformation of Lake Tianchi's tale from oral tradition to modern myth, preserving the past while evolving toward future interpretations. These storied metamorphoses reflect humanity's expanding imagination, the narratives reshaping with time, finding new contexts in which discussions of legacy and heritage unfold. The framework of meaning adapts alongside our inquisitive natures, ensuring that this ancient saga breathes across generations as it intertwines with modern retellings of an older age. This shared myth lives on, echoing the fabric of humankind's history and quest for understanding. Personal narratives inscribe the Lake Tianchi monster into an intimate experience, woven into the essence of belief powerful enough to defy skepticism. These subjective stories offer windows into the transformative role of faith in encountering cryptids, each narrative a defiant spark of reflective wisdom amidst a skeptical world. Sharing individual engagement with legends fortifies connections, calling others into the same dance of narrative and belief. As we build new dialogues from these subjective tales, we expand the dimensions of exploration and reverence, anchoring them in a shared human pursuit of the wondrously unknown. The future of Lake Tianchi remains an evolving, unfinished story, predicting realms yet to be uncovered as exploration steadily unfurls its mysteries. As technological strides intersect with enduring wonders, the tapestry of Heaven Lake's story continues to kindle imaginations, balancing scientific inquiry and the unknown map formed by spiritual curiosity. This unfolding narrative carries us forward, inviting contemplative engagement that shimmers like ripples across its surface, leading us into interactions that compel the heart as much as they penetrate the mind. An invitation to reflect upon mysteries bound at the edges of reality and dream. In its legacy, the Lake Tianchi monster exists as an enduring icon of wonder, a tale that bridges what is known and what is sought. This story compels exploration that acknowledges both the seen and the unseen, inviting continued reflection across cultures and beliefs. As it traverses time, the saga provides insight into humanity's profound yearning for the mysterious, weaving myths that reflect truths both elusive and embraced. In the resonance of the Lake Tianchi monster's tale remains a model for navigating our ever-complex interactions with untamed wonders, authentic in mystery and rich with the shared human spirit of reflection. In the vastness of our planet's blue expanses, a serene, poetic mystery envelopes the waters, where veils of fog seamlessly dissolve beneath the soft illumination of the moon. These bodies of water hold a timeless allure, akin to outer space itself, covering over 70% of Earth's surface. The gentle caress of the tides whispers secrets from ages past, secrets that speak of hidden worlds, of realms unknown to human eyes, of monstrous beings lurking beneath the placid or tumultuous waves. This intrinsic enigma of water, a seemingly unconquerable frontier, has captivated human imagination for eons. It compels us, urging an insatiable wonder about what truly lies beneath the mirrored surface, what ancient guardians might slumber in the depth's endless embrace. The underwater world is a sanctuary of mystery, where light fractures and bends, creating illusions that captivate, where sound becomes a muffled whisper, a distant yet resonant hymn emanating from beyond mortal reach. We stand at the edges of these watery abysses, our hearts echoing with a primal reverence for the unknown. As we gaze upon a boundless lake or the infinite ocean horizon, the vastness hints at stories untold, at life forms woven into the tapestry of myth and memory. In these profound spaces, where folklore mingles with the ethereal science of nature, wanderers of the mind might conjure visions of leviathans and mermaids, harking back to the days of ancient mariners and their lore-haunted voyages. Here, the sea awakens tales of leviathans and beguiling sirens, of monstrous forces that, in myth, sought to explain the storms or calm that governed their perilous journeys. The ocean and its lakes were such places, realms unto themselves, where imagination and natural curiosity became guides through uncharted paths. Through shadowy waters and into our dreams sailed the legends of old. They portrayed the ocean as a domain of immense power, inhabited by beings of enigmatic nature, their intentions unfathomable to mortal kind. Such tales, from the Norse Jörmungandr to the Greek Scylla and Charybdis, carried with them the weight of experience, the wisdom from seafarers who, guided by stars alone, navigated this mysterious and mechanistic world. These stories offered more than mere amusement. They were compasses, shaping societies and cementing connections, handing down the mysteries of the depths from one generation to the next. Yet beyond storytelling, it is the geographical canvas of these aquatic environments that paints their legends in vibrant, timeless hues. The mystical geography, each lake, each river, each stretch of ocean, offers a distinct palette for the imagination. The fjords of Norway, the convoluted streams of the Amazon, each feature becomes a stage for the fantastical, where stories meld with the landscape in perfect harmony. Isolated communities by remote lakes guarded by towering mountains, or those flanked by deep forests, see in those waters guardians, creatures extraordinarily attuned to the forces shaping their habitats. With each ripple and wave, these waters breathe life into myth, housed in the imagination yet grounded in these profound natural wonders. In places where the untouched earth prevails, where echoes of geology whisper in geothermal hisses or current-borne spirals, the daily dance of unseen beings strengthens belief in these myths. Mystifying winds soughing through valley corridors, eerie mist wreathing around cold water surfaces contribute to this atmospheric rhapsody. The interplay of these natural phenomena with the rich cultural fabric of local lore composes an entrancing narrative. Veil upon veil lifts gently from the psyche, transforming obscure shadows into spiritual entities that watch and listen amid the undisturbed currents, a celebration of both natural wonder and mythical possibility. Delving deeper into the mythos of these aquatic beasts, we remember the echoes of a prehistoric past. While sediment and time erase many markers of life millennia extinct, the stones hold memories. They preserve faint images of creatures whose scales once cleaved the ancient seas. Within the human heart survives an ancient memory, an echo of those primeval times when monstrous creatures truly roamed. Long before extinction came a veil, humanity's forebears stood in awe of these formidable beings, their likenesses preserved in stories retold under moon and stars, around fires that once danced against the Ice Age's imposing chill. In our modern era, prehistoric fossils became tangible yet enigmatic evidence, fragments of Earth's earlier stories, uncovered in time to revive past imaginations and suggest the legend's roots in faint yet historic truths. The unearthing of giant bones or rocks shaped by unfathomable forces may well have inspired these timeless tales of leviathans and monstrous water serpents. Today, such paleontological finds transform fragments of legend into a collective subconscious memory, one which fuels the eternal question of what might wait, submerged in ancient slumber until discovery calls forth their echoes. Descent into the obfuscating hues of water's depths reveals another barrier, where technology itself becomes as mysterious as the myths it attempts to decipher. Despite the advantages of modern sonar, its glimpses offer only fractured images, where layers of density and temperature, nature's invisible hand, craft barriers as effective as those of ancient fablers' minds. The thermoclines and undulating topographies of submerged worlds create spaces for monsters to hide within, dampening devices meant to lay such myths bare. Explorers push ever deeper, ever farther, yet find that the deeper they go, the more the veil of mystery enshrouds them, perpetuating the allure of aquatic beasts that may only be shadows born of technological inadequacies. Within sound's domain, sonar anomalies whisper of what might have been, of journeys yet to come. Unknown signals in the depths awaken curiosity as they suggest immense, fast-moving forms that flit beyond captured sight. Though tangible proof remains elusive, the enthralling allure of these echoes persists, spurring contemplation and probing scientific queries that blend the documented with the legendary. These blips, interpreted anew, speak to our desire for newness, as if technologies themselves might derive life from mystery. Enter the world where cryptozoology and legend intertwine, where exploration mingles with storytelling, forming a prism of both hope and wonder. The pursuit of creatures as yet categorized by science falls to those whose quest bends the line between proof and faith, faith that descendants from antediluvian eras persist in our modern era beneath the aquatic tapestry. Intrigued eyes turn to these waters where stories, blurred with fact, merge technologies and traditions to keep alive the eternal enigma of whether great aquatic beasts do traverse these liquid domains, unseen by all but the rarest eyes. Driven by this mystical dance, humanity finds science's frontier thrilling, capturing imaginations as investigators wield pioneering tools anew. Their aspirations carve through scholarly debates, brushing against the edges of mystery, evoking older ages when exploration knew no bounds. Unpredictable waters hold the possibility of surprise, maintaining the delicate web of cryptozoology alive. Until evidence solidly transforms myth into cultural certainty, monsters will dwell within the heart's quivering realm. Here, Fleeting sonar pings beckon scientists and storytellers to search on amid the beautiful, unknowable tapestry these ancient bodies of water artfully conceal. We, the dreamers reflecting by their shores, accept that mysteries born of water not only echo psychological and cultural resonances, they form the ripple where humanity's fears and aspirations entirely mingle. These beasts reflect ancient survival instincts, elusive reflections of order within chaos, creating clear patterns within our universe, each monster embodying a fear distilled from nature's unfettered domain. Shared beliefs become bonds through which communities find identity, tradition, and cohesion. In these mirrors of possibility, stories spin anew, rhyming traditional myths alongside explorations into the modern psyche. Indigenous cultures convey this intimately felt connection between humanity and unseen forces, illuminating an enchanted knowledge set. Through tales and rituals, understanding lands upon the voice of human interdependence. Their relationships with guardian creatures become palpable, resonating through respect to those mysterious, unexplored depths. These aquatic entities are characterized as intercessors, aiding in ensuring equilibrium on both visible and invisible planes. Guardians of an ancient pact, they guide comprehension centered not within evidence, but within belief in living ecosystems as conduits to larger truths. Coiling between ancestors' spoken words, lake legends defy decay. Their echoes thread culture with cohesion, crafting identity from myth. Local communities perceive these beings as protectors, with stories told and retold summarizing shared reality and offering wisdom shaped by circumstance. They possess the power to shift perception of place. Their resonances long ripple through time, sung afresh by those intimately claiming lives entwined with a region's mysteries. Science seeks yet to fully understand the enigma that these myths present, and journeys into enigmatic waters range from sapphires to infinities, limited by the atmospheric breadth of exploration. As technology converges with folklore, science's unanswered riddles generate results weaved with reverence, a dance not of debunking, but of abundant seeking. Shadows within the aquatic siphon reveal these tantalizing suggestions, side incentive for future wanderings to unearth secrets submerged in time-worn tides, whose sleepy guardians, watched over by believers, hold experience yet unsolved. Mystically superior, these aquatic leviathans each cradle worlds unknown, immune to the constraints of scientific measure. They are illustrious messengers of ageless longings, guiding seekers across borders of the visible and the shrouded. Enigmatic, they enrich their own legends, coaxing persistent thoughts towards divine inquiry, articulating possibilities detached from quotidian living. Experiences deepened through the lens of spirituality invite perpetual exploration, adding intellectual depth as they illumine new paths into the extraordinary reaches beyond the mortal. Waters, meanwhile, continue as borders between realms, their drifting spirits stirring talk of tangible yet transient ghosts of consciousness. Waves' vocal imprints echo personal tales under midnight mists. Interpretations suspend, draw through silence swirls of both belief and consequence. Considerations between fiery inquiry and resolute faith invite openings into arcane histories afloat, poised between life on one side and the unknown beyond, an oscillation at times nearer than our minds yet grasp. Sunlight since humankind began has evidenced these tales, granting shape once introspection came alive, buoyant against a backdrop of eternal renewal. Today's conglomerate technologies unfurl narratives anew, merging legacy myths with modern inventiveness, each interpretation subtly nuanced, defying limits. Mysterious forces still inspire confidences that festoon old yet effervescent accounts with variant perspectives, rooted expressions never fading that connect ancient worlds to emergent realities envisioned through the lens of modern-day craft. Scientific endeavors reward seeking hearts, revealing watery webs and boundless promise intertwining ecology beneath submerged soils. New species unravel structures unseen. Each dredging discovery hints at unexplored realms where possibilities still await us patiently. We search, transfixed by nature's hidden potential. Amplitude lights connections drawn from the shadows of bounty and transformation, rekindling eternal affinities as knowledge recursively lengthens shorelines in untold, sparkling dreams. Our role amidst environmental shifts cloaks our perceptions in luminous changing robes, directing attentive minds toward humanity's role in open stewardship of our planet's life-giving reservoirs. These shifting tales unravel as change alters both nature and myth, weaving spectrums whose illuminations glimmer brightly with all their possibilities. Pivoted upon uncertain currents, concept's unseemly gravity beckons guardian respect, so that each drop tumbles gracefully toward its destination, within the continuum of stories seeking forever eternity. The enchanting tapestry of water beasts, firmly anchored in the human experience, acts as testament to the boundless creativity inherent within our collective consciousness as we conclude this gentle, introspective journey through the uncharted waters of imagination and history. Let us carry with us not only newfound wisdom, but the serenity that comes with embracing the unknown, the wondrous, the sublime,